to the mic. That just helps the press and everybody else listening. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I think there are a few things that we will try to get to in the evening. So I now have a motion with respect to the Samsung request to seal. I have an outstanding evidentiary issue, which I will deal with. And then I believe I just have the objections on 2 experts pending. Anything else that you're waiting on from me? Those are the 3 things that I think I have in front of me.
Your Honor. Nothing that I can think of, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Shall we begin?
Yes.
Okay. Let's bring the witness back in. Mr. Weisinger, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I will remind you that you remain under oath. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Moskowitz, you may proceed.
Your Honor, and even though you just said my name, I'll just confirm Lauren Moskowitz for Epic. Good morning, Mr. Weisinger.
Good morning.
You left off on Friday speaking about the work Epic does to market and promote Fortnite on its own. Does Epic do any marketing in partnership with any of its platform partners?
Yes.
Does the level of support that Epic receives differ across partners?
Yes, it does.
How so?
In general, we receive more support from our console partners than we do from our mobile partners.
So let's focus for now on the consoles. What are the ways that consoles help market Fortnite?
Sure. There are a number of ways. There's, kind of physical in real life support that we receive. We get digital support from console partners. We also receive in-game support as well.
So in terms of the retail or physical, real life, as you put it, can you describe what that looks like?
Sure. Fortnite is a digital-only game by and large. So one of the ways that we partner with our console partners that's really valuable to us is to secure kind of this in real life retail brick and mortar presence. And we partner with them in a number of ways for that. One example is through hardware bundles. So we would create some exclusive Fortnite content, and we would pair it with a PlayStation or with an Xbox, with the actual console, and then we put it all in a nice pretty package, and then we sell it at retail, at like your Best Buy or your Walmart or something like that. We also create a retail SKU, and this is like basically when you think of a traditional video game that you're buying in the DVD box. We create these with the first-party partners, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony. That includes digital content, and we, in general, create one every holiday, and then we do price promotions throughout the year on those bundles as well. There's also other ways that we co-promote in real life. An example would be with Xbox. Microsoft has Microsoft stores that are in malls. And so we actually partnered with Microsoft to do a Friday Fortnite series where every Friday they would host play sessions where people could come in kind of off the street or within the mall, and they could play Fortnite and win and earn prizes. And it was really successful for them and us. We re-upped that program multiple times with them. PlayStation will do similar stuff. For the E3 Expo, this is kind of the big consumer event. Fortnite held an event and at the LA Coliseum, and PlayStation went and brought in this giant kind of semi-truck with all these PlayStations inside and consoles that people could play. We partnered with them the opposite direction too, where we've provided Fortnite characters who would actually appear at the Fiesta Bowl. So PlayStation sponsors the College Football Fiesta Bowl every year, and they invite us and participate. And there's just a number of ways that we go back and forth with them.
So I think one of the other categories you mentioned was digital support. Can you explain what that refers to?
Sure. We co-promote on our social channels with Fortnite channels and the first-party console platforms. They have really huge social channels as well. They're probably on par with ours in terms of just overall size and reach. In addition to that, we partner with our console partners on featuring on the consoles themselves. And what that means is you can actually boot up a PlayStation or you boot up an Xbox. There's certain tiles or images on the screen that Microsoft and Sony will help provide for us. And not only when you first boot up, but also they have a separate area on console called like the Xbox Store or the PlayStation Store, where they provide additional featuring as well in that purchase environment.
And how do you view the featuring within the console stores? Do you view that as helpful, meaningful?
Yes.
How?
The store featuring I would get, and I'm saying in Xbox Store and Xbox or in PlayStation Store and PlayStation is very valuable because when you think about a player journey of somebody booting up their console and then they go in and when they enter the store experience, they're definitely in a purchasing mindset. And so it's a very qualified audience of folks who are looking to spend money and who are looking to buy an awesome experience or awesome content. And so when Microsoft and Sony provide those placements specifically, they're extremely valuable to us.
And I think you spoke about this on Friday, but just to remind everyone, what is available on the console digital stores with respect to Fortnite?
Sure. Another key thing to point out is that on Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo, they offer these real money transactions, the RMTs that I mentioned that are sold separately and alongside the client. What's really important about that is Microsoft and Sony can then merchandise those offers within their store experience and lead to a direct player purchase of those packs. And so the key there is that in order to purchase something, somebody actually doesn't have to boot up the Fortnite client and then wait for a load screen and then go to the item shop and then go make the purchase. They have this functionality where they can actually merchandise the RMT separately and directly so that it's just a much more quick and clean purchase for the user.
You also mentioned within Fortnite support that the consoles provide. Can you explain what that refers to?
I'm sorry?
Within Fortnite, that the consoles also provide support. Can you describe what that refers to?
Sure. We've also partnered with Microsoft and Nintendo on in-game promotions, so in the Fortnite client, in a number of ways. One example is through competitive tournaments. So we will throw a PlayStation Cup or an Xbox Cup or a Nintendo Switch Cup in partnership with those first parties. Competitive events are some of our most engaging events that we do inside Fortnite. And we always see a really exceptional response from the community that is manifested also inside the game. So really exceptional response. We ran, for example, with Nintendo, we ran a Switch Cup in Japan. It was specially made for the Japanese region, and at the time it led to the highest daily active users of all time in Japan on Switch when we ran that tournament with them. So it's a really good engagement program that we run with them.
Are there other types of that you do with consoles within Fortnite itself?
Yes. I mentioned that we do a lot of IP crossovers and collaborations. We actually partnered with Microsoft and PlayStation on a major IP crossover where they actually contributed some of their own IP, which was Master Chief from the Halo franchise and Xbox, and Kratos from the God of War franchise and PlayStation. These are like the Mickey Mouse of PlayStation and Xbox. And so they actually provided these characters to appear in Fortnite. They were purchasable on the other platforms as well, and they were playable on the other platforms as well. And we went and actually announced that at the Video Game Awards, and it's kind of a big event in the gaming communities to see that kind of collaboration and crossover and all of it happening inside of Fortnite thanks to the first party.
So across all of these ways that you partner with consoles, how do you go about actually achieving or activating those that work with them?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that one?
Sure. So how do those promotions sort of come about? How do you work with the console partners to achieve those promotions?
Sure. We work very closely to basically review our forward roadmaps with the first parties. And so we have weekly meetings with console partners where I'd say we review more block and tackle stuff. This is when we're providing creative assets for upcoming promotions, what the embargo times are, what the approvals process currently looks like. But then beyond that, we actually have biweekly and monthly meetings with Microsoft and Sony, where we review from a business level our forward-looking content roadmaps, and those are roadmaps that are broken out almost on a daily basis in terms of the opportunities inside of Fortnite, and we break it down in terms of kind of platinum, gold, silver, bronze, in terms of what the best opportunities are from the Fortnite side, and then we kind of we review that then with Microsoft and Sony, and then we figure out which places we're going to be able to collaborate and add additional promotional support around those major beats. So it's very in-depth and detailed.
So let's turn to Apple now. At what point in time did Fortnite launch on iOS?
I believe it was March of 2018.
How was Fortnite doing overall when it launched on iOS?
Fortnite was doing incredible. It was basically a cultural phenomenon at the time.
When Fortnite was available on iOS, did Apple do anything to market Fortnite?
Yes, they did.
What did they do?
They provide things like featuring. They provide kind of news articles. They provide social support in some of the ways.
So generally speaking, overall, how would you say Apple was as a partner from a marketing perspective?
I always felt like it was opportunistic. I felt like it was transactional, impersonal. It always felt like, in some senses, kind of fly-by-night, where they would come in for a particular promotion, they'd show up and they'd ask for assets, and then there'd be strings attached or caveats attached to, well, we want to promote this thing, but we require an exclusive asset, or we require exclusive content. And those requests would come in kind of late in the process, and they would cause undue burden and stress on the team. These were requests that typically we don't receive from our console partners. And oftentimes we receive requests for promotion through some sort of like a notification tool that would say, hey, featuring is coming, leaving the asset in some short amount of turnaround time. And it would just kind of arrive, and a lot of times people would say, we got to spin things up and say, hey, we got this request, can we do it? Why didn't we know about it sooner? I'm not sure. It just arrived in the dashboard, and can we get this thing done? So it was just a different experience from our console partners.
You mentioned the word opportunistic with respect to Apple's support. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so in some of the instances where I think Apple would lean in the most for a particular promotion, it typically to me felt like it was around opportunities where they had something else within their ecosystem to promote. And there's a couple of examples that I can think of for that. Specifically is around music collaborations of Marshmello and Travis Scott, where they would also want to promote Apple Music, and they would ask for exclusive content like playlists and stuff in support of that as well.
So I take it when you did these collaborations with Microsoft and Sony, they weren't promoting their things? I mean, they weren't promoting PlayStation and Xbox? How is it different?
It's almost like they're separate. It's not like a PlayStation Music that they would be wanting to promote and then tie some sort of...
They were promoting their product, weren't they? Whenever you did collaborations with them?
I mean, they would be available on Xbox and available on PlayStation, sure.
Is it one-sided only on Fortnite, for Fortnite's benefit when you do collaborations with Microsoft and Sony, or does it benefit both?
No, you're right, it benefits both.
So how is it different that Apple is trying to benefit both?
It just seemed opportunistic that the times that they wanted to support us was specifically around content related to another part of the business, as opposed to helping collaborate in the Fortnite business.
Proceed.
You mentioned the social media aspect that Apple provided some support in. Have those been meaningful to Fortnite?
No. Fortnite's channels, again, are extremely large, some of the largest in all of entertainment. Frequently, I would have my social media manager who would come to me and say, hey, should we keep doing these promotions at the App Store? Because they consistently ask for kind of retweets and reshares of content, because Fortnite content gets a ton of engagement. And so when we kind of retweet and reshare their content, it helps gain traction on their channels. And the perception was that they were trying to hit some sort of performance metrics of engagement on their channels, and so they wanted to have Fortnite constantly kind of reshare their content.
And with respect to the featuring on the App Store, was that meaningful to Fortnite, and how did it compare to the engagement you had from the console stores?
Yes, in general, we don't turn down featuring. When you compare the featuring that's provided by Apple, though, in comparison to Xbox and PlayStation, for example, the featuring is just more valuable, and we see that in terms of the users who are coming into the game. And the featuring that were provided by Xbox and PlayStation provides players who retain longer and who monetize better, versus what we see on the App Store. And it's, my general thinking is that the App Store has a very different behavior for people who are going through that experience. It's very much like a browsing behavior, and it's not necessarily people making a purchase. It also is like all sorts of kind of random folks who are going through that experience. It might be somebody looking for a fitness app or a finance app or something like that. And so the featuring that it is provided, it's just to a kind of a less qualified audience. But at the same time,
consumers, a less qualified consumer?
Yes.
Okay, and consumers who may not be looking for gaming apps?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Or entertainment apps, or entertainment experiences.
You said more valuable, and I'm not staring at a transcript. I just want to make it clear, from your perspective, which featuring, was it on consoles or Apple, that you viewed as more valuable?
The console.
Have any problems ever arisen with respect to Apple's featuring?
Yes.
What are some examples?
In multiple instances, Apple actually leaked our promotional content ahead of our promotional beat.
Do you have any examples of those leaks?
Sure. In December of 2018, we had our Season 7 launch. This was kind of a Christmas holiday season launch. It was a big launch for us. Apple leaked the Battle Pass key art content, so all the characters that were coming with the new season leaked in advance of the official Fortnite reveal. Then in, I believe it was February of 2019, for that same Marshmallow concert that I mentioned, Apple had requested a exclusive playlist for Apple Music, and they pushed that playlist before the concert and spoiled the set list and the reveal for kind of our first major in-game concert. The third one was related to our Chapter 2 launch. And so this was, I believe, October 2019. For this particular beat, the Chapter 2 launch was basically the sequel launch of Fortnite. It was the biggest event that we had had since the launch of the game, and it's something that we had planned for and coordinated, a year in advance. And we had all sorts of narrative elements that kind of came together where Fortnite was going to get sucked into a black hole, and it was going to go down for 36 hours, and it was going to kind of disappear, and then it was going to come up, and all the players were going to jump into the game and kind of see what had happened, what changed on the map, and what new gameplay features were in there. Apple leaked the promotional key art prior to that release, while we were in this kind of black hole blackout period, and it really spoiled a lot of hard work and efforts and coordination and sequencing.
Your Honor, I have a binder for the court and for the witness. May I approach? You may. Thank you. Mr. Lysander, if you could turn to PF 2435 in your binder.
Okay.
This is an email you received on October 2, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Then I offer PX 2435 into evidence.
Any objections? 2435 is admitted, and I did forget to go over the exhibits this morning, so we'll do Friday and Monday at the end of today.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could please focus on the bottom part of the page. Do you see that that's an email from Mike Schmidt at Apple to Epic? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you could turn to the second page of the document, PX 2435.2, that last big paragraph that starts with, if you can secure us, do you see that?
Yes.
What is Mr. Schmidt communicating to Epic in this paragraph?
He was requesting assets for promotion of the Chapter 2 launch, and he says he will take personal responsibility for them and limit the exposure to the absolute minimum of amount of folks needed to cut and prepare them for launch. He says, I know we've had issues in the past with a significant art leak, but I'll remain extremely close to this and can assure you that that will not happen.
Do you recall Mr. Schmidt promising he would take personal responsibility for the Chapter 2 artwork?
Yes.
And do you recall Mr. Schmidt acknowledging prior leaks had occurred at Apple in the past?
Yes.
And do you recall him assuring you that it would not happen with the Chapter 2 artwork?
Yes.
Did Apple leak the Chapter 2 artwork?
Yes.
So just circling back for a moment to the types of support that Epic's console partners have offered Fortnite. Did Apple ever execute a hardware bundle that included Fortnite content?
No.
Did Apple ever host any Fortnite events or promotions in Apple's retail stores?
No.
Would Apple participate in any in-Fortnite promotions, such as IP collaborations or competitive events?
No.
From a user acquisition perspective, is there a platform on which Fortnite has the biggest growth potential?
Yes.
Which one?
Mobile.
Why?
I mentioned it on Friday, I believe, but we've reached, a point of basically full penetration on console, and mobile represents the biggest growth opportunity. And the best way to kind of put it is everybody has a mobile device, and they have it with them at all times, but not everybody has a console, and not everybody has a gaming PC.
So how does iOS within that mobile umbrella fit into your user acquisition plan?
It's hugely important.
When Fortnite was on iOS, do you recall how many users it had?
When we were live, I believe it was 2.5 million daily active users on iOS. I think over the life of iOS, we had something like 2.86 billion hours of playtime on iOS.
And in terms of that daily active user statistic you gave of 2.5 million, do you have a sense of what percentage that is overall of the daily active users?
It was about 10%.
Has Epic been harmed by not being able to offer Fortnite on iOS?
Yes, absolutely.
How so?
In a number of ways. So I mentioned, first of all, that everybody has a phone, but not everybody has a console, and not everybody has a gaming PC. So already there's a portion of our population who only played on iOS, who suddenly disappeared because that was the only device they had. In addition to that, though, there's just times of the day where normally you would have your iPhone available as a device that you wouldn't, like you would an Xbox or a gaming PC. So imagine you're commuting to work, or you're outside, or you're going to a friend's house, or something like that. You just no longer have this device that is on you at all times, and so there's just less opportunity to play Fortnite. In addition to that, once those users left and those playtime windows shrunk, there were also severed friend connections, so social connections. And I mentioned that also a little bit on Friday, just how important social connections are. The more you have, kind of more you play, and once you play in Fortnite. And so there are tens of millions of social connections that then kind of immediately were severed when Apple removed Fortnite. So it was just separately.
Tens of millions? You said that 10% of 2.5 million were iOS users. So how are there tens of millions of severed connections?
It's a good question. It's because each player, each person has multiple friend connections that goes out.
And are you tracking people's connections?
Correct.
You track that? You have that data?
Yeah, and that's in order so that people can chat with each other and that they can matchmake, and it's basically a friend list inside of Fortnite.
And is there that data coming into evidence?
Not so much, Your Honor.
And people know you're tracking them?
Yes, it's a totally opt-in process it's the basic Lauren jumping in, I'm jumping in, we make a friend connection in the game, and then next time we log in, we can see when the other's online, and we can chat with each other. But any particular player may have multiple friends or lots of friends. So when one mobile user gets removed, all the social connections that were going out with them go away, and so you basically have lost a friend, but you've lost even more social connections inside of the ecosystem.
Proceed.
And just in case the question and answer wasn't clear, with respect to the 10%, what the 2.5 million daily active users is 10% of the overall daily active users?
Correct.
So approximately how many overall daily active users do you have?
it was about 30 million.
Do you have a general understanding of what consoles charge in terms of commissions on in-app purchases?
Yes.
And what is that?
30%.
And do you have an understanding of what Apple charges as a commission on in-app purchases?
Yes.
What's that?
30%.
Aren't those the same commission?
No, they're two completely different business models.
So can you explain what you mean?
Sure. Generally, how I understand how it works is PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, they sell their hardware and they subsidize it.
So why did you say how you understand it works? Do you know or not?
I do. I mean, I haven't seen the contracts because I've never worked on the first party side. But in general, working in the business as long as I have a general understanding.
As long as you know, because I'm not interested in if you don't have a foundation for what you're about to say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So how it works is PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch subsidize their hardware sales, which basically means they're selling it at a loss when they first launch a console. And so right out of the gate, they're losing money in order to actually get the most widespread adoption and penetration of consoles as possible. They're trying to expand that entertainment ecosystem as wide as possible. So they're losing money up front. They make their money back when Fortnite and other apps are sold on those platforms. And so they're only making money when we're making money, and they are absolutely then aligned and invested around ensuring the success of the titles on their platforms. You contrast that with Apple, they actually generate profit in their hardware sales.
And how do you know that?
I believe they announced the hardware profit margins in the earnings reports. And so Apple makes profit on their hardware, but none of that revenue or dollars are shared with app developers. You know, the app ecosystem that is one of the things that is used to sell these devices and the value of these devices. And then apps like Fortnite put in a huge amount of marketing effort, a huge amount of support to drive events and people to download their apps. We create all sorts of engagement, hours of engagement inside of Fortnite. And then at the last minute, kind of Apple injects themselves and says, we require 30% on this as well. And then I look at the promotional support that Apple is doing to kind of earn that 30%, and I compare it to the consoles, and it just seems like a gross imbalance. It seems unfair, and it seems unethical.
Thank you, Mr. Weisinger. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Weisinger.
Good morning.
My name is Richard Dorn. I don't believe we've had the pleasure, but it's a pleasure to meet you today.
You as well.
A few moments ago, you were stating that Apple accounted for about 10%, and by Apple I mean iOS devices, accounted for about 10% of Fortnite play while Fortnite was on iOS, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the revenue, or the percentage of revenue generated by those on iOS for Epic through Fortnite is about 4% of the total revenue during the time that Fortnite was on iOS, correct?
I can't confirm off the top of my head, but in general, it probably was lower than the share of, the touch.
And you were just discussing the business model for different console manufacturers. Have you ever seen any internal documents from Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo that have proven to you that consoles are sold at a loss?
I have not.
And so are you aware that after Ms. Wright testified on behalf of Microsoft in this courtroom, that Microsoft has refused to make any public statements about whether or not its consoles are sold at a loss?
I'm not aware of that. I have not.
So you have no personal first-hand knowledge that Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo sell their consoles at a loss, correct?
Only anecdotally.
And so you're aware this is the sixth day of this trial, correct?
Yes.
And you're the last of the Epic Fact witnesses, right?
I believe so.
Has anyone explained to you why no one from Epic has shown this court Fortnite?
I'm not sure. I think we showed some videos.
And that's about the 3 or 4 5-second clip from Friday afternoon?
It was longer than that, but yes.
Less than a minute, though, right?
I'm not sure the exact time, but it was about a minute.
Well, what I'd like, sir, is your assistance now, curiously, as the defendant in this case, to explain your game to this court. All right?
Sure.
And we've got a few demonstratives and a few exhibits to help us in that effort. And I would direct your attention to the monitor in front of you. And this, first of all, do you have a name for this screen?
Submenu select, I think.
All right. And in fact, you see at the bottom of the page a little bouncing message to select a game mode, correct?
Correct.
And across this screen, we have 3 game modes. Am I right?
Yes.
And all of these are within the Fortnite app, correct?
Yes. Save the World was not available on iOS.
Okay. And Save the World was the first Fortnite game, correct?
Save the World is also not available on Switch.
Okay. Thank you, sir. But Save the World was the first Fortnite game?
It was the first version of Fortnite.
Yeah, thank you. Well put. And it's a game in which people team up to shoot zombies, correct?
That's a good summary.
Yeah, it's a good summary. Is that what you said, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the next game is available on iOS, correct? And that's Battle Royale?
That's correct.
And Battle Royale is the game that made Epic Games both rich and famous, correct?
I'd like to say we had something before then. But yes, this is the mode that people characterize with the success of Epic.
And then within Battle Royale, there is another mode, something called Party Royale, correct?
That's correct.
But that's within Battle Royale, am I right?
It is in the mode select within Battle Royale.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then on the right, we have Creative, correct?
Correct.
And that's the third mode of Fortnite?
As designated on the screen.
And as you've already described, Save the World is not available on iOS, and it's currently not available on Switch, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so let's focus on Battle Royale and Creative then for the rest of our time.
Good.
And I'd like to go to the lobby, please. And for the record, we are connecting and changing screens. And so we have in front of us a new set of images. And what is this screen showing?
This is your matchmaking lobby.
Thank you. And we have a large yellow banana here, don't we, in a tuxedo?
Yes, that is Peely.
And that's Peely, did you say?
Yes.
And in fact, in the tuxedo, he's known as Agent Peely, correct?
That's correct.
And we thought it better to go with the suit and the naked banana since we are in federal court this morning. And sir, Agent Peely is actually an exclusive. In other words, the Agent Peely persona over Peely the banana was an exclusive for Chapter 2, Season 2 of Fortnite, correct?
Even I am not sure, but I'll take the word for it, yes.
And do you recall, sir, that Agent Peely became available with the Battle Pass from that season?
Maybe this version of Agent Peely. I believe Peely first came in and he came in earlier than that.
Okay.
The naked version that you were referencing.
And Battle Passes cost 950 V-Bucks, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was a Battle Pass? Get one?
You get a whole host of cosmetics, maybe 100 different items to unlock, and you unlock them by playing inside of the game. In general, they come with 7 outfits, so something like this. You get 7 characters, and then in total 100 different cosmetics that unlock as you play the game.
And by the way, Epic has also begun a subscription service for Fortnite, correct?
That's correct.
And that began, pardon me, sir, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Fortnite Crew, yes.
Yes, and that started in December of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And the monthly cost is $11.99, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And from here, I'd like to go to what at least I've been calling the game selector page. Do you have a name for this screen, sir?
This is the mode select.
Okay, I was close. And the top row is our various battle royale formats, correct? Solo, duos, trios, squads, correct?
Correct.
And the second row I see includes party royale, true?
Yep.
And then the bottom row is your various creative opportunities, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this is basically, as you've already said, a menu of options for different games within Fortnite, correct?
What we would call them in general is limited time modes.
Thank you. And turning specifically to Battle Royale, Battle Royale launched in September 2017 on consoles and PCs, is that right? And you joined the company in March 2016, do I have that right?
May 2016.
Thank you. And you were hired as the Director of Marketing?
That is correct.
And you've since been promoted to Vice President, correct?
That is correct.
And you were in charge of Fortnite marketing as of September 2017, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were specifically in charge of the launch of Battle Royale in September 2017, correct?
Yes, I was.
And the marketing area put together a trailer for its new game, Battle Royale, correct?
Yes, we did.
And Epic Games maintains its own YouTube channel, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And in putting that trailer together, you wanted to generate excitement around the new game, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you also wanted to portray it accurately, true?
Yes.
So you did your best to capture the game accurately and to attract the audience that you hoped would play your game, correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize, sir, the page in front of you on the screen, which is entitled Fortnite Battle Royale Gameplay Trailer? Do you recognize that as the I'll call it title page, if you will, for that trailer?
Yes, that looks correct, because it has 60 million views.
Thank you. And you see that it's had about 60 million views, correct?
Yes.
That's impressive. And, Your Honor, I would like to mark this trailer as DX5541. I do have it on a thumb drive for the court, and after we play it, I will move it into evidence.
Okay, that's fine. Is there, I take it there's going to be words?
There are not going to be words, actually, Your Honor. It's visual.
Okay, go ahead then.
Mr. Spaulding, please.
So the record should reflect there was some song playing in the background with words, and the court reporter was relieved of her duties to transcribe those words.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize for that oversight. And we will provide the court with a transcript of those lyrics.
I don't know that that's necessary.
Thank
It's
you,
not
Your Honor.
clicks. I agree.
Thank
All
you.
right, any objection to 5441?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Mr. Leisinger, Battle Royale is generally referred to in the video game field as a third-person shooter game, correct?
It is a mode of play that can be played in third person or first person. There's a lot of other first person Battle Royale games.
And the third-person shooter mode is one where you're kind of looking over the shoulder of the avatar that you're steering, correct?
That's correct.
And the point of Battle Royale is to be the last survivor, correct?
Yes, the last player standing.
That's how you win.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that the game works is you're playing on an island, correct?
Yes?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can go either way.
Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the game takes place on an island, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of the game, the island is surrounded by a storm, correct?
Correct.
And the storm slowly closes in, true?
Correct.
And so the players have to stay inside the storm, in the eye of the storm, if you will, right?
Yes, so they take the image.
So they're driven together toward the middle of the island so that ultimately whoever's left is squeezed together and they shoot it out, right?
Yes, so that's match will end.
And so when we talked about getting together with your friends to watch a match, you're getting together to watch this fight to the death, correct?
If you're playing Battle Royale, yes.
Let's take a look, please, at Party Royale. And going to the selection screen, which we were on before we played the trailer, do you see in the upper right-hand corner Epic's description of Party Royale?
Yes, I do.
And it states, "Welcome to Party Royale, an experimental and evolving space. Leave your weapons and materials behind and hang out with friends, play games, and enjoy live entertainment. Catch live shows, race around obstacle courses by land or sea, go fishing with friends, perfect your skydive, etc." Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Now let's take a quick look, if we can, inside Party Royale. And is this the street scene in Party Royale?
This is, yes, they are in Party Royale.
Okay. And our avatar now is running toward a skydiving activity, correct?
Yes.
You know this game, sir? The skydive time trial?
Yes.
Okay, and our avatar is going through hoops, correct? And trying to do it in as fast a time as possible. Am I right?
That's correct.
And in fact, our avatar then gets a B rank and a message that he set a new course record. True?
Yes.
And he has a dance, right?
Yes.
And you recognize that dance is being by the name of Slick, and it's available in the item store on Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
And it costs 500 V-Bucks to do this, right?
I'm not sure the exact cost, but yes, I'll agree.
Thank you. All right, so let's take a look now at creative. And, Your Honor, we have before us, let me ask you first, Mr. Leisinger, do you recognize this as a screenshot from Epic Games' website?
Not off the top of my head, but if you got it from Fortnite.com, then I agree.
Thank you. And you recognize this, don't you, as an accurate description of the creative mode? Go ahead and take a minute.
Thank you. Okay.
And do you agree that this is an accurate description of the creative mode set out on this document?
In general, yes.
Your Honor, this is in your binder as DX5539, and I would move for its admission.
Any objection?
Your Honor, if I could just have one moment, please. Thank you. I apologize. We were just checking on confidentiality issues. I'm sorry for the delay. I know.
I can represent the council. It is the public website.
Yes. Oh, sorry. It was on the screen. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the description states that creative allows you to design Fortnite games and experiences that can be published and shared with friends online. Recreate Fortnite with your own vision using your rules on your own personal island. You can also play countless community-made games with your friends by entering an island code or visiting the featured hub in-game. Did I read that correctly? And do you agree with that statement?
In general, yes.
And below that are some of the examples of featured islands, correct?
Yes.
And on the left, we have something called Space Adventure Death Run, correct?
Yep.
And on the right, we have something called Birdcage Death Run, correct?
Yes.
And a death run is where the player has to make it across the island without getting killed, correct?
Yeah, think of it like a temple run type game. It's you kind of going down a path and there's obstacles and you have to...
Kind of the run or die game.
Correct.
Got it. And so let's talk about the create mode. We've heard a lot about that. And the create mode, as I understand it, is where a player wants to create their own island. They want to landscape their own island, if you will, correct?
Yes, they have a whole host of creation tools that they can use to build their own experience.
And so they get basically a big empty lot in the form of an island, and then Epic has created features for them to place there. Grass, mountains, structures, trees, that sort of thing?
Yes, a whole set of props.
Okay. We take a look at the create mode, and is what we're looking at on the screen an example of a player putting together their island?
Yes.
Okay. And what we're looking at is someone with a device, and there they are projecting a tree, and that tree then takes shape in the landscape, correct?
Yes.
And now it looks like they're building a building, correct?
Yes.
Putting up a number of walls. And then inside that building...
Yes. Thank you.
And then inside that building, they are now generating what looks like a loot box. Is that right?
Yes, they did a chest.
Okay, and loot being L-O-O-T, like pirate loot, correct?
Correct.
And then within that box, there are various things, in this case, guns, for example, correct?
Yes.
And players, after creating their island, can also create games on their island, right?
Yes.
And that's actually a thing, right? That's a big thing. Like the Birdcage Death Run, that was a game created by a player, a user, correct?
Correct.
And then I believe the way we put it on the definition was that these are community-made games that people then come and play. Am I right?
Games and experiences.
Thank you. And let's go back to Exhibit 5539. And the last line in the What is Creative Mode paragraph talks about visiting the featured hub in-game. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let's go to the featured hub in-game. Do you recognize this on your screen, sir, as that hub?
Yes.
And I'll describe for the record that our avatar is standing in the middle of a round patio, if you will. And that patio is surrounded by various layers or circles of walls, each of which appears to contain a game title. Is that an accurate description?
Yes.
All right, and if we look over to the left, we have something called practice and various games there, right?
Yes.
And if we look a little further to the right, we see the combat area, correct?
Yes.
And if we look further to the right, we have what's called variety. Am I right?
It said highlights. We skipped one.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, sir. Let's do that. So to the right of combat was highlights, true?
Yes.
And then to the right of that is variety, correct?
Yes.
Well, I'm gathering we all know what combat is, so let's go over to variety and take a look. And so as I understand it, our avatar could enter any of these islands through these doors. Is that right?
That's correct.
And here, under most popular, it's number 2, is prison breakout, correct?
Yes.
And it says escape prison and cause mayhem in the city, correct?
Yes.
Or you can be a guard and keep everything under control, correct?
Yes.
Now, is this an experience or a game, sir?
That looks like a game to me.
Okay. And let's look at the most popular in the variety category. It's called Rockets versus Cars. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, just like the classic mode, and if wobbly cello will get out of our way, we can read the rest of this. And then it says, now with snipers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is the number 1 most popular game in the variety category here, Cars Now with Snipers, is that a game or an experience?
That looks like a game to me.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And let's head over now to highlights. And let's go to the first door on the left in highlights. And I see that this one is called Creative Mayhem Regional Qualifier. Are you familiar with that, sir?
Yes, that's a promotion that we're running currently to have basically community influencers play games or other content from community creators. And they invite their community audience in, and they all play together, and they win prizes. That's Creative Mayhem.
And there's a qualifying period for this tournament, correct?
For this promotion, yeah.
And that qualifying period is from May 4 to about June 5th?
I'm not sure, but that sounds right. I believe for the month of May.
And once you qualify for this promotion, then you go into a bracket tournament, correct? And if someone wins, right?
Yes.
And this promotion started on May 4th?
I believe it was around the month of May, but May 4th sounds correct.
Okay. Well, why don't we? And for this event, are you also in charge of marketing and promotions?
Yes.
And did you also create a trailer for your YouTube channel?
We may have.
Let's take a look, sir, see if I can refresh your recollection. And what I have here, sir, we're marking as Exhibit 5544. And do you recognize this as the title page for the Fortnite trailer for Creative Mayhem?
Yes.
And in fact, you see that you see that it's dated May 4 in the lower left?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to when this launched?
Yes.
May 4th?
May 4th.
The second day of this trial?
Yes.
Okay. And since then, there's been over 500,000 views, correct?
Yes.
And once again, your goal here was to generate excitement to attract people to the promotion, correct?
We had a bunch of new creative mode features that arrived into the game recently, and this is to help celebrate those new features.
Excellent, thank you. And so you also wanted to accurately reflect those new features and what could be done in creative mode, correct?
Essentially, there were new capabilities that were added to creative mode recently that we wanted to highlight.
All right. Well, why don't we watch your trailer, which is Exhibit 5544.
No, got them in the back. Yeah. Oh my God. You got this?
Mr. Weisinger, was that the trailer created by Epic Games? Pardon. I apologize.
That court reporter was released.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Mr. Weisinger, do you recognize Exhibit 5544 as the trailer that was created to promote Creative Mayhem?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would ask to move into evidence DX 5544.
No objection. No objection. Submitted.
Well, Mr. Weisinger, if anyone were to state that creative mode is solely for user creation, that would be incorrect. True?
That is solely for user creation. I'm repeating that question again. I'm just
Sure.
asking for.
Let me try it differently. If someone were to say that creative mode had no competitive gameplay, that would be inaccurate, correct?
That would be inaccurate. There is competitive gameplay in creative.
Thank you. And one term I've learned in this case is something called game mechanics. Are you familiar with that term?
Sure, in general.
In general. It's kind of a general term, isn't it?
Yes.
It means in general that game mechanics specify how a game will work for the people who play it, right?
Sure.
And there are plenty of game mechanics in creative mode, aren't there?
Yes, indeed.
And if we could please look at DX5540. And sir, you have, it's both in your binder and now on the screen in front of you, 2 tweets from Fortnite Creative. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And are tweets within your domain as Vice President of Marketing?
Yes, they fall under my group.
And how often does Epic send out tweets on Fortnite generally?
Multiple times a day.
And you mentioned, I believe, that you have about 100 million social media followers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on the left, we see a tweet from October 16th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And this is about Fortnite Creative, correct?
Yes.
And this tweet says that they combine gameplay mechanics with exciting visuals, correct?
Yes, they combine gameplay mechanics with exciting visuals, but it's unclear as to what they is.
Fair enough, sir. Do you think that might be a reference to a game below, overgrown gunfight?
Yes, it looks like it.
All right. And you intend when these tweets go out to have them be accurate, correct?
Yes.
And on the right, there's a tweet from Epic regarding Fortnite Creative from August 25th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And this tweet says, drop into this action-packed battle royale with 9 unique points of interest, custom terrain, and fun gameplay mechanics, correct?
Yes.
And Epic intended that to be accurate when it was posted on August 25th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
So if someone were to have said that there is nothing resembling a game mechanic at all in Fortnite Creative, that would be incorrect. True?
It depends on the experience, but yes.
And if that same person were to say that Creative is more like a Barbie fashion designer, but for the Fortnite universe, that person would be incorrect. True?
I'm not sure what goes on in Barbie fashion designer, unfortunately.
Fair enough. Can't say I do either. But we can agree, sir, that there are game mechanics in creative mode, correct?
Yes, there are tools that enable game mechanics.
The last element I want to talk with you about before we move on to other things, which I intended to start with, are in-app purchases. And we've heard a lot about buying V-Bucks in this case. And I'd like to take you to a demonstrative that shows what we think is the screen where one purchases V-Bucks. Do you recognize the demonstrative on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
And what this shows is, under the heading of V-Bucks, 4 tiles, correct?
Yes.
One for 1,000 V-Bucks, then 2,800, 5,000, and 13,500, correct?
Yes.
And with real money, as we seem to call it in the Fortnite world, of $7.99, $19.99, $31.99, and $79.99 respectively, correct?
Yes.
And then in the upper right-hand corner, there's number 5,400. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And I will tell you, Mr. Spalding's 11-year-old son has been quite pleased to have his account racking up V-Bucks while he was preparing this slide. And
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not a question.
I will put it in the form of a question, Your Honor. Mr. Weisinger, let's go ahead and take a look at 1,000 V-Bucks, and let's click through that, please. And that takes us to a screen entitled Purchase. Do you see that? Or it has a purchase button, should I say. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so to purchase V-Bucks in Fortnite, one must click through the amount they want. Then they come to this screen, correct?
Yes.
Then they hit Purchase. Let's go ahead and do that, Mr. Spalding. And you're then redirected to the Epic Game Store checkout counter, correct? This being a PC game that we're playing today, correct?
Yes.
And once there is credit card information already entered, but before the purchase can be completed, it's necessary to enter the CVV number from the back of that credit card, correct?
Yes, it appears so.
All right, and that's what's required here in the Epic Game Store, true?
For this particular transaction, it looks like yes.
And do you understand, sir, that that's also required on, for example, Nintendo Switch when one purchases V-Bucks there?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
And do you know whether or not that was required when one purchased V-Bucks within iOS?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
All right, now let's talk about what one purchases with V-Bucks. And so that requires us to go to something called the item shop, correct?
Yes.
So one does not buy things, skins, cosmetics, while playing, correct? One must step out and go into the item shop, true?
Yes, I believe that's the case currently, yes.
All right, and once here, if you have V-Bucks in your account, you can spend until you're out of V-Bucks, correct?
Correct.
In other words, if you start the day with V-Bucks in your account and you want to go into the item shop to buy something, you don't need to go buy V-Bucks anywhere. You can spend those in your account, true?
Yes.
Is there any limit on the number of V-Bucks one can have in their account?
I'm not sure if there's a limit on the total amount that you can have. There's a limit on the amount that you can purchase.
And what is that limit?
Off the top of my head, I'm not remembering. I believe there's a daily and maybe a weekly limit that caps spending inside the game.
But it's a limit that you can play for quite a while without having to purchase more V-Bucks, correct?
You don't have to purchase any V-Bucks to play.
Fair enough, fair enough. And so, but the limit on V-Bucks, again, that can be spent over the course of time until those V-Bucks are exhausted, true?
Yes.
And as we scroll down through the item shop, first of all, we see a clock there next to featured. Has 7:40 next to it. These features rotate out in 7 hours and 40 minutes from now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you come back at 5 o'clock tonight, this will look different, right?
Yes.
And then as we scroll down, we see different packs, we see different skins, we see different tools, and we see different prices, true?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the tutorial and the tour. And Your Honor, first of all, I also want to make sure I remember to move VX5540 into evidence, which are the tweets.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Leisinger, as part of your job, you need to know your customer base, correct?
Yes.
And as you've already told the court, you have data that helps you figure out the nature of your customer base, correct?
Yes.
And it's important for you to understand who it is you're marketing to so that you can market effectively, true?
Yes.
For example, one of the problems that you say, or one of the weaknesses you said of promotions within the iOS environment is that a lot of people on that iOS platform simply aren't looking for games, correct?
Going through that App Store environment.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. So within the App Store environment, many people simply aren't looking for games, correct?
I believe that to be correct.
And so you're looking for people that want to play games, right?
I'm looking for people who want awesome entertainment experiences.
And that's one of the reasons why you said that your marketing with Xbox and PlayStation is more effective, because that's a game-specific audience, true?
Because the people that are automatically qualified is looking for awesome entertainment experiences.
Meaning they're going there to play games. Ultimately qualified. They're going there to play games.
I don't know. People use their Xbox and PlayStation to play DVDs, and there's other apps on their stores that they can install. They watch Hulu and they stream other stuff, I believe.
Okay. Thank you, sir. What percentage of Fortnite players currently are male?
Actually, don't know.
You have no ballpark?
I would assume more male than female.
And what percentage of Fortnite players are under the age of 18?
I do not know.
You have no ballpark on that?
I do not.
Sir, I would ask you to please look, and how is that, sir? How is that? As the Vice President of Marketing for Fortnite, you have no idea what percentage of your users are under the age of 18?
Objection. Is another
Overruled.
In general, we don't collect age information on our players.
You know, though, to use your term before, anecdotally, that your audience is primarily young boys, right? 13 to 17 years old?
I do not know where exactly that bell curve sits. It could be 18 to 24 also.
Okay, so if we were to say that your kind of core demographic are boys to men from 13 to 25, would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. And if I could please ask you to look in your binder at Exhibit 3233.
I need another binder.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it here in the archive, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Leisinger, with the binder in front of you, could you please turn to DX3233? You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is a document entitled Fortnite North America Publishing Update, April 2019, correct?
Yes.
And have you seen documents like this in the course of your work at Epic?
Yes.
And I'd ask you, sir, to turn, let's start, please, with DX3233.003. And that is a page entitled Fortnite 2018 by the numbers, correct?
Yes.
And under November, which is the second entry in the right-hand column from the top, do you see that? NFL outfits specifically?
Yes.
And Epic entered into a promotion with the NFL, correct?
Yes.
And it gave people the opportunity to wear NFL outfits from their favorite player, for example, correct?
For the favorite team.
Fair enough. And we won't get into player likeness issues. And that gives Epic an opportunity to monetize those images by selling those skins and cosmetics to players, correct?
Objection to the preamble.
Which preamble?
The player likeness issues in front.
Okay. Well, that particular line is stricken. Can you answer the question?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
I wouldn't at all. I'll leave the preamble out this time, sir. And Epic has the opportunity to monetize the sales of those NFL team likenesses, correct?
Yes.
And here, in fact, by the time of this report, in April 2019, 3.3 million units were sold of NFL outfits in 2018, correct?
Yes, it looks like that based on this slide. I cannot 100% confirm.
Sure, but you would expect a presentation on an update on North American publishing to be accurate within Epic, correct?
That's all I said. It looks to be accurate.
Thank you. And these 3.3 million units would have been sold during the months of November and December, correct?
That sounds correct, based on the timing that I remember for the availability of those NFL outfits.
Thank you. Please turn to page .006. And, sir, on the left, you see the category of top 20 youth brands, correct?
Yes.
And on the right, you see top 10 monthly expenditures for people 18 to 24 years old and 13 to 17-year-olds, correct? And this data is being put forward because, as we've discussed, 13 to 24-year-olds are the core demographic for Fortnite, correct?
It is 13 to 24, yes, is interesting as a core demographic, a primary demographic group.
And in the lower left, we have a box that says splurges they don't regret, correct? Same page, .006, you see it?
Yep, thank you.
And for 13 to 17-year-olds, the first splurge they don't regret is food, correct?
Yes.
And the second is video games, right?
Yes, it looks like it.
And for the 18 to 24-year-olds, the fifth splurge they don't regret is video games, correct?
Correct. that's what it looks like based on the report, but I'm not sure where the report comes from.
Sure, but this was important enough for it to be published in this deck within Epic, correct?
For this particular update, it is included.
And the top 5 list for those over 25 does not include video games, does it?
Based on this stories they don't regret question, yes.
And then please look at page .007. Influencers are important for teens. That's the heading of this slide, correct?
Yes.
And there is a table that says, who are they following? Do you see that?
Yes.
And for those 13 to 17, 92% of them follow friends, correct?
Yes.
78% of them follow family, correct?
Yes.
And 63% of them in third place in this ranking follow online celebrities and creators, right?
Yes.
And that means they follow gamers, right?
No.
Well, they follow creators, correct?
I take creators to mean content creators. Like, it could be an Instagram personality, it could be a TikTok person.
Could be the guys in the box playing games and screaming into their microphone that we saw in the trailer, true?
They are a subset of celebrities and creators.
And these days, online celebrities and creators are way ahead of athletes, for example, in terms of the people that 14 to 17-year-olds follow, correct?
I have no idea. I think the top Instagram people are like The Rock, Ariana Grande.
Well, sir, I direct you back to this Epic internal deck where the second entry from the bottom, rather than the third from the top, is athletes, correct?
I see athletes.
And then, sir, if you would please turn to page .008. And to keep this easy for us to stay on the same line, let's look to the red bracketed information for June 2018, all right?
Yep.
And you see, sir, that that in June 2018, 79% of Fortnite players were male, correct?
I don't think that's what this chart is saying. These are not Fortnite player ages and male-female breakdowns.
What is this chart showing, sir?
My recollection is that this is YouTube viewership of Fortnite content.
All right. So these are statistics for the people who went to the YouTube channel for Fortnite and watched that content, correct?
I believe so. It was a long time ago, though, so I'm not exactly certain. But that's my recollection.
All right. Well, based on your recollection here, sir, 79% of those that watch Fortnite content on YouTube are male, correct? In June 2018.
Yes.
And 57% of those were 24 or younger, correct?
Yep.
And 21% of those who went to Fortnite content on YouTube were female, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you for helping us decode this, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Weisinger, prior to August 2020, you had never heard anybody at Epic say that if not for Apple's 30% commission, Epic could have captured more iOS users, correct?
Yes, that wouldn't have been the conversation that I would have been involved in.
And you've never heard anybody at Epic say that it could have retained more iOS users if not for Apple's 30% commission, correct?
Yes, but that's not to say those conversations didn't take place. It's just a conversation that I was involved in.
But you're speculating now, sir, that they might have, but you weren't present, correct?
That's correct.
And we've got a lot of yeses and nos flying here, so let me make sure the record is clear.
Okay.
You, sir, have never been party to a conversation with anybody at Epic where it was said that Epic could have retained more iOS users if not for Apple's 30% commission. Is that correct?
Yes, not that I can recollect.
And within Fortnite, or at Epic, regarding Fortnite, are you familiar with the term conversion, converting a player?
Yes.
And that is when someone who has been playing for free and has not purchased any V-Bucks becomes a paying player, correct? They buy V-Bucks.
Yes.
And in your marketing efforts at Epic, you have never heard anybody say that Epic could convert more iOS users if it wasn't for Apple's 30% commission, correct?
I believe I referenced in the deposition that there were conversations around increased purchase velocity related to lower price points.
You're referring now to the impact of the mega drop in your communication strategy for the console manufacturers, correct?
Just in general, I'm not sure exactly what in the deposition you're referring to.
Your Honor, page 142, line 7 to 12.
Go ahead.
Reading from your deposition, Mr. Weisinger, at page 142, line 7, in your marketing efforts at Epic...
I'm sorry, can I read it wrong?
Yes, he gets to read this.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do you need the page?
Yes, I'm sorry.
142 is the page.
Let me know when you're there, sir.
And there's DX.
142, line 7. He's going to read that.
Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
While we're waiting, I move to admit DX 3233.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Mr. Weisinger, do you now have your deposition open in front of you?
Yes.
I will now read from page 142, line 7 to 12. In your marketing efforts at Epic, have you ever heard anybody say that we could capture more iOS new users but for Apple's 30% commission? Answer, I'm not aware of discussions taking place regarding that. And Mr. Weisinger, as the VP of Marketing at Epic, you have never discussed whether your marketing efforts would be more effective or successful if Epic could distribute iOS apps outside of the App Store, have you? Mr. Weisinger?
I was just reading some of the context around it.
Mr. Weisinger, the question pending is, as the VP, Vice President of Marketing at Epic, you have never discussed whether your marketing efforts would be more effective or successful if Epic could distribute iOS apps outside of the App Store, correct?
Yes, I said I'm not aware of.
So I'm not asking you to read your deposition. I'm asking you to answer me here under oath today before God. Now, as the Vice President of Marketing at Epic, you have never discussed whether your marketing efforts would be more effective or successful if Epic could distribute iOS apps outside of the App Store, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's turn briefly to marketing. You agree that Apple has promoted Fortnite season launches, correct?
Yes.
And season launches occur about once a quarter, is that right?
Yes, about every 10 weeks.
In Fortnite parlance, there are chapters, and then there are seasons within the chapters, right?
Yes.
And we're in the second chapter of Fortnite at this point in its life?
That's correct.
And as part of those promotions, Apple would provide App Store banners, correct?
Yes.
And it would feature Fortnite on the game tab, correct?
Correct.
And it would post to social media platforms, correct?
Correct.
And it would take out paid ads as well, true?
Yes, I believe so.
And it would write editorial features within the App Store regarding Fortnite, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things you said is that the area for growth is for Fortnite is among mobile phones, correct? Mobile platforms.
Yes.
And we have heard that there are many hundreds of millions of people who currently own iPhones. And is that your general understanding, sir?
Yes, I believe over a billion.
And as each of these promotions were made on the App Store, on those iOS devices, they could be viewed by all those hundreds of millions of people, correct?
If they're going through the App Store.
If they had any interest in games, right?
If they had interest in entertainment experiences.
And so Apple has provided Epic with what's called an App Store takeover, correct?
Yes.
And I'd ask you, please, sir, to look at Exhibit DX 3457. You have that document in front of you, sir?
Yes, 3457?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And it's from Mr. Malik, and that's how he pronounces his name, correct?
I think it's Malik.
I did too until I deposed him, sir. So I'm happy to go with Malik here today. It's from Mr. Hasib Malik to you and others, correct?
Yes.
On September 27th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Malik reports exciting news. After negotiating with Apple, we have secured the opportunity to take over the App Store on the release of Chapter 2. Epic will be the first to take over the latest iteration of the App Store. We will also be given creative control on what we want to display and how. And did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And you understood that the first to take over the latest iteration is a reference to the first since the 2017 redesign of the App Store, correct?
I'm not sure.
All right. And then under a summary of what is being offered, it goes through various postings and banners and the like, correct?
Yes.
And it states that this takeover will remain in place from the 15th to the 24th, correct? About 10 days?
Yes.
And that, in fact, occurred, didn't it?
There was some takeover. I'm not sure of the exact timing and what was actually delivered.
You don't doubt that it occurred, though, do you, sir?
No, there was support.
Your Honor, I would move into evidence 3457.
Any objection? No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And you talked about concerts, and in fact, Apple helped to promote concerts hosted in Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
To promote the Marshmello concert, right?
Yes.
And the Travis Scott concert, true?
Yes.
And the Kenshi Onizu concert, right?
I believe so.
And Apple provided the same sort of marketing support for those concerts that it would for a season launch. Am I right?
I'm not sure without looking at it, but I believe for Marshmello and for Travis Scott at least, it was probably at the same level of the season launch.
Thank you. And you've already commented that Apple Music was brought in to promote the playlist for both Marshmello and Travis Scott after their concerts, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, for Marshmello, Apple promoted the Fortnite playlist on a billboard in Times Square in New York City, true?
Yes, they did.
And if we could please look at Exhibit DX 3222 and the second page of that exhibit, sir. And is that a photograph of the Times Square billboard?
It looks like it, yep.
With a reference to the Marshmello extended Fortnite set, correct?
Yes, a little bit smaller than the Apple Music and the Apple Music app.
and yet prominent, correct?
I wouldn't say it's the primary lead.
All right, sir. And in the middle of that, we have, in fact, the Fortnite Marshmallow avatar, correct?
Yep.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 3222.
No objection? No objection. Admitted.
And, sir, these concerts, they last about 15 minutes, correct?
Yeah, roughly 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes, okay. And the artists are avatars, am I right?
They're digital representations of themselves, yeah.
And the music is recorded, true?
There was some live element to the Marshmallow performance where his voice was coming in live into the game.
But otherwise, this is recorded music, correct?
Yes, it is recorded and sequenced in advance.
And you mentioned how many millions of people attended, for example, the Marshmallow concert. Do you remember that generally, that testimony?
I believe I referenced the number for Travis Scott. I'm not sure if I referenced the information.
Thank you, sir. And what was that number?
It was 12.3 million concurrents for Travis Scott.
And that's give or take about 3% of Fortnite account holders, true? Maybe a little less?
If you're starting from 400 million, then it sounds roughly correct. Those are also concurrents, so everyone logged in at once.
And by the way, speaking of that, Fortnite can only accommodate any one game can only accommodate 100 people, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the cap of the limits that we've had.
So these 12 million people were in groups of 100 in different Fortnite experiences, correct?
Correct. There were instances of the same thing playing at once.
So lots and lots of groups of 100 or less, right?
Correct.
And during the Marshmallow concert, people couldn't shoot each other, right?
Weapons were disabled.
During the concert, correct?
Yes.
During the Marshmallow concert and the Travis Scott concert, right?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. But they weren't disabled until the concert began, were they?
I'm not sure about the Travis Scott playlist, if that one was disabled the whole time. But my recollection is probably that they were disabled at some point in the lead up to the concert or when the concert began.
But until then, sir, these 100 people were shooting each other before the concert began, weren't they?
They were just playing Fortnite.
And playing Fortnite, shooting each other, right? Or clubbing each other, or shooting arrows into each other, right?
It was in the Battle Royale map, so the experience that they started in was reflective of Battle Royale mode.
And that would add to their lifetime score in the game, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, are you done?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the publication The Verge?
Yes.
And what is The Verge?
It's some kind of entertainment type trademark.
For digital games?
I'm not sure if they're focused only on games, but
digital content?
They cover games.
Thank you. And do you recall, sir, that after after the Travis Scott concert, The Verge reported that, as with past events, the pre-show was a bloodbath with players killing each other to kill some time?
I'm not familiar with that.
That doesn't surprise you, though, does it?
It does, because there's no blood in Fortnite.
Got it. Otherwise, but for the bloodless nature of the killing, that doesn't surprise you, correct?
There's no killing. There's eliminations.
Eliminations, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Is there a difference?
You teleport out and you warp out, and it plays into the fiction of Fortnite. So when you are eliminated, you kind of digitally kind of fragment and disappear.
Okay.
And Mr. Weisinger, you talked about a leak of the Marshmallow playlist by Apple. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that leak occurred a few hours before the concert, correct?
I believe so.
Not weeks before, correct?
I believe so.
You believe I'm correct?
Yes, I believe you're correct.
And it was the playlist, right? Not the music itself, not the recorded soundtrack.
I think there was a playlist and a text description that was associated with that playlist.
And in fact, within Epic had a leak of its own related to the Marshmallow concert, correct?
I cannot remember.
Well, do you remember that a few days before the concert, Epic distributed the soundtrack to various platform owners? That would have been the timing, right?
Soundtrack to various platform owners. I can't recollect that.
Well, do you recall that when console users hit replay on Fortnite on January 30th, they could play the entire concert on their console?
I don't recollect that.
Let's take a look, please, sir, at Exhibit 3254. Sir, do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize this as an internal Epic email from Mr. Sozio to various of your colleagues, including Tim Sweeney at the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see that it's regarding Ray concert music leak?
Yes.
You want to move to admit DX3254?
No objection?
Mr. Weisinger is not on this email chain.
Are you claiming that this is not a business record of Epic?
No, Your Honor, just on the sponsoring witness front.
So is this a business record or not? What's the objection?
Sponsoring witness.
Overruled. It's admitted.
And Mr. Weisinger, you see at the bottom of the CC box, there's Mr. Sweeney, correct?
Yes.
There's also an entry for an email address, and apologies in advance to the court, for shithappens@epicgames.com, correct?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an internal live ops escalation alias.
Live ops.
Yeah, live ops escalation alias. Yeah.
So in other words, when a problem comes up, that distribution list receives notifications and communications, correct?
That's correct.
And that I presume that name is tongue-in-cheek?
I'm not sure of the original genesis of that name, but it's used for live ops, in general, live ops escalation.
And do you think it means that Epic takes those issues any less seriously than if it had another name?
No, those are serious issues.
All right, sir. And I would direct your attention, please, to point 005 in this document. And you see, sir, the email from Dom Aquarulo at the bottom of that page.
Yes.
Hey, all, for awareness, players have managed to get the concert set to play using replays, correct? You see that?
Yes.
And immediately above that is a note from Mr. Sweeney, right, which begins Christ. Do you see that?
Yes.
What happened to our plans to encrypt content? Can we not put relevant content into asset packages and encrypt them together with music? That's what Mr. Sweeney said, right?
Yes.
And if you look over, please, in the middle of page point 004, Mr. Vogel is the Chief Operating Officer, correct?
I don't think he would have been at the time, but he is now.
Okay. And Mr. Vogel wrote, video is encrypted on untrusted clients, PC, Mac, iOS, Android, but not on consoles. There is some sort of bug in replays that triggers the sequence, which on console will play the music. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And by the way, sir, it appears from this note that when Epic has data that it wants to make sure is protected and it's putting it on a mobile device, it takes extra steps to secure it, right?
I am not involved in encryption process. I'm not sure.
Well, Mr. Weisinger, it's a fact, isn't it, that every partner of Epic's has leaked the Fortnite season at some point?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Sony has, right?
Yes.
And Microsoft has, correct?
Yes.
And Nintendo has, true?
Yes.
And Tencent has, right?
Correct.
The company that owns 40% of Epic, correct?
Correct.
And Samsung has leaked a season as well, correct?
I can't recollect.
It's like Skins, hasn't it?
I can't recollect.
All right, sir. And in fact, as recently as July 16, you stated that relative to others, you personally have great confidence in Apple's ability to keep Epic's secrets, didn't you?
When was that?
20, 2 or 3 weeks before the hotfix was put in place, sir, you stated that you personally had great confidence in Apple's ability to keep Epic's secrets, didn't you?
I'm not sure. I need to see understand the context.
Understood, sir. Let's take a look at Exhibit 5537. Actually, sir, I'm sorry. That's an incorrect number. Let's look at 5542. And so Exhibit 5542 is an email from you to Hans Stolfus at the top of that page, correct?
Yes.
And the bottom half of this email is from Hans Stolfus talking about the possibility of getting marketing support from Google for the Fortnite launch of the Marvel season, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading through the question.
No worries.
Would you mind stating that once more?
Sure. Let's look down, please, at the July 15, 2020 email from Hans Stolfus. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's talking about a meeting regarding marketing opportunities with Google, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
And so he states, if all is successful, we should be able to get ahead of the Marvel launch and acquire full marketing support. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, if Project Liberty doesn't affect our position and relationship, of course. He's referring to the relationship with Google there, correct?
Yes.
And then in your email at the top of this, you say, I know Apple can keep secrets. I'm not as sure about Google, correct?
Yes, I wrote that.
And you wrote that on July 16, 2020, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was after the various leaks that you talked about, correct?
Yes, it was.
And, sir, you became aware of what became known as Project Liberty as early as 2019, correct?
I'm not sure of the timing of when I first...
Your Honor, I move to admit DX 5542.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Sir, if you could please take a look at DX 3069, and, Your Honor, this was already admitted through the testimony of Mr. Malik. And, sir, do you have Exhibit 3069 in front of you?
Mr. Dorn, you mean the deposition?
No, the deposition designations in the 4 hours that the court accepted, and then the parties stipulated to the admission of various exhibits to those depositions, and Your Honor granted that stipulation on the first day of trial.
Yeah, I didn't have this.
It is in your binder, Your Honor.
But I didn't. 3069. I thought you said 29. Yes.
I apologize. My mouth is a little dry.
Is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weisinger, do you have that exhibit in front of you, Exhibit 3069?
Yes, I do.
And if you could please look at the last page, the email dated September 24, 2019 from Alex Chauvin. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Chauvin was employed in the mobile area for Epic regarding mobile publishing, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Chauvin writes on September 24th, 2019, do you know how long it would take to make a build of Fortnite that could function on Google Play but only support our existing payment methods? How would that user flow differ compared to normal Google Play apps? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And our existing payment method is a reference to Epic's existing payments methods, correct?
I'm not sure, but yes, that would be my assumption reading this.
And Mr. Shobin then goes on, for context, Store Team, and by the way, Store Team, the store is the Epic Games Store, correct?
It looks like it reading this.
And that is a store run by Mr. Allison, correct?
Yes, Steve Allison. Yes.
All right. So Mr. Shobin says that on September 24th, 2019, he says, for context, Store Team was briefing Tim, is that Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, I would assume so.
On the changes to the Android installer needed to support more games. He asked them to scope out what it would take to make the build I described above, paren. It gets around their 30% rev share cut, close paren. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
So you understand that by September 24th, 2019, Mr. Allison's Store Team had been read in, if you will, to efforts to get around the 30% rev share cut, correct?
Objection, mischaracterizes. Sustained is to the form.
Mr. Weisinger, you would agree that as of September 4, 2019, the Store Team had been discussing ways to get around the 30% rev share cut with Mr. Sweeney, correct?
It looks like there are discussions related to that here, yes.
Thank you. And at the top of page .002, there's a September 28, 2019 email from Mr. Malik, or Malik. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he says, resurfacing this to the top of your respective inboxes. And then two sentences later, he says, the directive is from Tim Sweeney, and we are due for an update next week. A separate thread with legal has already kicked off with Canon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you recognize the reference to Canon to be Canon Pence, the general counsel of Epic?
Yes.
And the last line he says is, we will kick off a weekly sync on this to get the right people in the room, correct?
Yes, right there.
And again, that's getting the right people in the room to create a build of Fortnite that would work around the 30% rev share cut that Google would otherwise take, correct?
That's pretty specific. I don't. You just said a weekly sync on this to get the right people in the room.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you, but we'll move on. At the top of the first page, Mr. Malik writes another email, correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that email, he says, now we are going another route, and the goal is draw Google into a legal battle over antitrust. Once we are ready to submit, Epic will announce publicly that we are going to Google Play. If we are rejected for only offering Epic's payment solution, the battle begins. It's going to be fun. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thanks for helping, Mr. Malik wrote. If you could help me with a ballpark on time to submit/launch, I'd like to start setting some expectations with teams, correct?
Yes.
And that's September 2019, right?
Correct.
And sir, your role in Project Liberty was to handle the communication strategy, correct?
In general, yes.
And you hired a PR consultant to help, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a gentleman by the name of Lane Castleman?
That is correct.
Could you please take a look at Exhibit DX3933? You recognize this document, sir?
it looks like a subsection of some sort of strategy document.
And this is a document that you and Mr. Castleman collaborated on, correct?
I believe Lane created this, and I had some edits to it.
All right, sir. And if you will look, please, at page .002, and you see under Apple and Google are the entrenched incumbents. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is under communications challenges, right?
Correct.
And it states that Epic is not a sympathetic figure. Epic is seen as a successful major company earning billions of dollars a year and is not seen by press and players as an immediate sympathetic figure in a royalty share battle. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
And was that in fact one of the communications challenges that you understood you faced?
It was one of the scenarios that we discussed. It was the idea, from what I remember, it was based around the concept of a billion-dollar company up against a trillion-dollar company, and people not really understanding the context between those two, but there's a big difference between the two.
And so, sir, under communication strategy, number 2, the strategy was to build a coalition of developers, correct?
I'm not sure. Where do you see this?
Same page, .003. Oh, I'm sorry. Next page. My fault, sir. My fault. Next page, .003 under communication strategies. Do you see item 2, build a coalition of developers?
Yes.
All right. And that was to be one of the strategies to deal with the communications challenges, correct?
It was a communication strategy.
And you, in fact, sir, were offered as the corporate representative related to the formation of that coalition, correct?
You're saying in the deposition process?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with the Coalition for App Fairness, true?
Yes.
And that was the coalition that you and Mr. Castleman formed, correct?
I was involved in the early discussions for it. I did not myself form it.
Take a look, please, sir, at DX4177. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And these are notes that you typed up, correct?
This is, I had a habit, I still have a habit of writing kind of random notes and email drafts that I use to just kind of record.
That's how you keep your notes sometimes.
Yeah.
And these are notes that you kept on May 15, 2020, correct?
It's unclear. That's probably the last edit to this document.
You created these notes, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And halfway down, and you created them or last edited them on May 15, 2020, correct?
I believe so.
And there are a number of entries here, but let's focus on the one that starts, go the nuclear option. Do you see that a little over halfway down?
Yes.
It says, go the nuclear option. It becomes the catalyst for the coalition, which is up and running and can dimensionalize the battle for us. That being said, we recommend we go the nuclear option and submit onto Google Play. And that was you advising that the hot fix, the nuclear option, should be adopted in order to create a good PR event, correct?
I have no idea of the context for that particular line in this draft news document.
Your Honor, move into evidence DX4177.
No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
And DX3933, please.
No objection. No objection.
Sir, please take a look at DX3641. And are these, is this exhibit also notes that you created?
Yes, it looks like that.
And either you wrote them or last edited them on May 22nd, 2020, correct?
I believe so.
All right, and you have the notation there, create narrative that we are benevolent, don't you?
That is written there.
Yes, and then the next line below dimension talks about who can be founding members of the coalition, correct?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
No, we'll go on, sir.
Okay.
Now, Epic initially paid Greenbrier $100,000 for its I slurred, sorry. Epic initially paid Greenbrier, that's Mr. Castleman's firm, correct?
Yes.
And Epic paid them $100,000 for the PR consultation, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And it then hired an affiliated firm, a firm affiliated with Greenbrier called the Messina Group, correct?
Yes.
And that firm was hired to create the coalition, correct?
Yes, to help with the creation of the coalition.
And at that point, the spend went up to $300,000 from Epic to both Castleman and Messina, correct? The Messina Group.
Yes, I believe so.
Take a look, please, sir, at DX3297. And, Your Honor, I need to admit 3641, or I thought I just did.
You did not. No objection. No objection. Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, very much. Mr. Weisinger, do you have Exhibit 3297 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize this as a statement of work proposed by the Messina Group to Epic?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize under the project scope the consultant will work as directed by Matthew Weisenberger or other Epic personnel so designated?
Weisinger, yes.
I'm sorry, sir.
No worries.
And if you would look, please, at Exhibit .002 or page .002, and you see the heading Coalition Launch?
Yes.
And underneath that, it stated the proven and tested coalition formula is as follows. Established to correct a wrong, plus media interest, plus sustained public attacks equals success. I read that correctly?
Yes.
It then goes on to say, thus, for the coalition to be effective, consultants will help to establish a reason for it to exist, either organic or manufactured. Correct, sir?
That's what it says.
And here, the reason for the existence of the coalition was wholly manufactured, wasn't it?
No, the principles have always existed.
Always existed. Is that right, sir?
The principles established exist. They're still manufacturing in that.
All right, so the coalition was incorporated in August 2020, correct?
I believe so.
And again, it was named the Coalition for App Fairness, true?
Yes.
And at the time it was incorporated, Epic was the only member, correct?
I'm not positive, but I believe so.
Okay. And its existence was not publicly announced until after the hotfix had been triggered, correct?
Correct.
And it was kept under wraps until then because if Apple gave in to the demands of Epic, the coalition would have disappeared altogether, correct?
Not necessarily.
But it was likely that it would have, correct, sir?
I mean, Google's still around too. There's other stores that have the same issues with principles.
Well, sir, let's take a look, please, at Exhibit 4167. And, Your Honor, the version in the binders here is actually a corrected version of this exhibit. The one in the main binder here did not print properly, so we'll hand one up for the record as well.
Okay, and you've got 2 minutes before I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I would move to admit the DX3297.
Objection. No objection. Admitted.
And I would also move to admit, well, actually, Mr. Weisinger, do you recognize DX4167?
It looks like the website for the coalition.
And you recognize, sir, that nowhere in this document is any company other than Apple referenced, correct?
Apple?
Apple.
I'm not sure, but looking at it right now, that looks to be the case.
All right. You have about 5 more minutes. We can stop here, or I can finish up.
Why don't we go ahead and stop?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Reporter needs a break. So we'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. Ms. Forrest, could I, by the end of the day, receive a hard copy color printout of your latest findings of fact?
Yeah.
The redacted version?
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. Thank you. set. Parties are present, witnesses still on the stand. And Ms. Forrest, I'm sure I misspoke. I meant red line, not redacted. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And first, I'd like to move to admit Exhibit PX 4167. 4167.
Any objection?
Sorry, I'm just flipping back. I don't think so.
Oh, no objection. Admitted.
Just a few more questions, Mr. Reisinger. First of all, could you please take a look at DX 4138? Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And you see that the top note is from you to Mr. Zobrist and others, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is an email that you wrote on August 4th, 2020, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you would look, please, at the second page, you see that there's a Google Calendar invite, correct?
Yes.
Also dated August, or this one is dated August 3rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you see down after the statement, the next steps arising from today's meeting are, do you see that? Let me walk you down the notes, sir. Let's start with the date. Let's start with the date of 8/3/2020. You see that on page .002, correct?
Yes.
And the subject is Project Liberty meeting next steps, correct?
Yes.
And then it says sent by Google Calendar, correct?
Yes.
And then below that, there's a dotted line, and then below that, there's more text, correct?
Yes.
And on the third line of that text below the line, there is the statement, the 13.40 build has been approved by Apple and will likely hear back from Google on Tuesday afternoon. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then below that is the invite for a Project Liberty update on August 3rd, 2020 from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern, correct?
Correct.
And you see that you were an invitee to that meeting at the bottom of the list of addressees, correct?
Yes, I'm listed as optional.
All right. And do you remember that meeting, sir?
It's hard to tell.
All right. You attended a lot of Project Liberty meetings?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the first page, please, of 4138. And do you see the email from Maureen Maloney at Cravath on August 4, 2020 at 10:29 a.m.?
Yes.
And it states that Gary asked if he could be added to these emails for meeting updates, decks, next steps, etc., correct?
Yes.
And then above that, Mr. Zobrist from Epic writes, yes, for clarity, I go to the Project Liberty meeting invite and hit send, all with my note. If Gary didn't get the note, does that mean he wasn't on the meeting invitation list? I could swear he attended. That's from Mr. Zobrist, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Edrington at Epic Games states, oh, I see what happened. I send all the invites to Maureen, who then forwards to Gary or whoever can make it from Cravath, so the email went to her, but not to him, if that makes sense. And do you understand that to be a reference to Maureen Maloney, assistant to Gary A. Bornstein?
I don't know if I know Maureen, but I see it in her email signature.
Thank you. And then above that, you write, Gary has this account as well, which can be added to the invite, I think. Gary.Bornstein at xaepicgames.com, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Bornstein has been given an Epic Games email account during the course of Project Liberty?
An external account within Epic Games internal. That's for XA, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. And sir, if you could look please at DX4072. And Your Honor, I would move DX4138 into evidence, please.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Your Honor, DX4072, I believe, is already admitted into evidence.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weisinger, do you have Exhibit 4072 in front of you?
I do.
And this is another Google Calendar invite, correct?
Yes.
And rather than have you read through the addressee block, I will assure you that you are there, as is Mr. Bornstein, but I will ask you to turn to page 2 of the document.
Okay.
And there is a list of invitees there, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a little over halfway down Matt Weisinger?
That's me.
Yes, sir. And at the very end of the list on page .003, the last 3 names on the list are Tim Sweeney, correct?
Yes.
Gary Bornstein, correct?
Yes.
And Maureen Maloney, correct?
Yes.
All right. Then let's go back, please, to page 1. The subject of this is Liberty Block. You see that?
Yes.
And the third paragraph says, we've added you, well, first of all, the first sentence says, thanks for joining our run of show review earlier. True?
Yes.
And the run of show is basically a review of each step along the way in the launching of Project Liberty and the firing off of the hot fix on August 13, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And the third paragraph says, we've added you all to this meeting block tomorrow that includes the Zoom dial-in for our war room. So there is a virtual war room for purposes of the hours around the hotfix implementation.
Yes.
Additionally, we've added you all to our new private hashtag Project Liberty War Room Slack channel, correct?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph says, we've modified the run of show reviewed earlier to have individual sheets for each phase and scenario, correct?
Yes.
This is a carefully planned, carefully orchestrated, and carefully supervised undertaking, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Weisinger, along with the coalition, you are also responsible for console partner communications related to Project Liberty, correct?
Yes.
And if you could please look at Exhibit DX4652.
Okay.
You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is a document that you were using in 2020 to pull together a communication strategy around informing partners of the upcoming price changes, correct?
I'm not sure. There's not a lot of context for the document. Were you asking if I created this or the substance?
So I'm asking if this is a document that you use to pull together a communication strategy around informing partners of the upcoming price changes.
It looks like a version of a communication plan. I'm not sure if that's how it actually went down there.
Okay. But this is a document, a working document that you were using at the time, correct?
It looks like a planning document, but I don't think it's, looking at it, I'm not sure this is how it actually was communicated.
But this is a document that you were using to pull together your communication strategy, correct?
This was one of them.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And you see the reference to Liberty Console Partner Communications, correct? At the top of the page, sir?
Yes.
And you recognize that to be a reference to Project Liberty, correct?
Correct.
And you say Phase 1, inform 1P console partners, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, about 20% pricing change and have that communication July 30 or later. That's what you wrote in this document, correct?
Objection, Foundation.
I don't know if I wrote it.
So hold on. Your attorney made an objection. Bracing foundation, sustained.
Now, sir, this is a document that you use in pulling together your communication strategy, correct?
It is one document.
One of many documents, correct?
Yes.
All right, but this is one of the documents that you use in pulling together your Project Liberty communication strategy, correct? One of the many.
Yes, but I'm not sure if this is how the communication strategy actually went out.
You made that clear. You've made that clear, sir. And at this point in this document, the statement is, inform console partners about 20% pricing change per in July 30 or later, correct? That's what this says.
That's what this says.
And in fact, there was going to be Epic had decided that it would drop prices on V-Bucks by 20% on consoles, even though there would be no decrease in the 30% commission on consoles, correct?
Correct.
And then below that, phase 2 was inform all partners about overall pricing efforts on August 13, correct?
Correct.
And the pricing efforts included triggering the hotfix within the App Store, correct?
Correct.
And that on August 13th was when there was going to be a communication with Apple, and not before, correct?
There was going to be no communication prior to August 13th.
Turn to page 3, please. The third page of this exhibit, should I say?
Yeah.
And you see the key points, colon?
Yes.
And about the fourth bullet point is in a different colored ink, correct?
Yes, it is.
And it says, Sony only, let's connect. I'd love to connect with you after the price drop. Let's set some time on the calendar for August 13th. And so Sony was going to have a special one-on-one communication with Epic, correct?
There was a communication with first party, but it says phase 1 exec's response, phase 1, with Phil Spencer, Phil Rosenberg speaking. I'm not aware of that communication taking place in advance, which is why it's phase 1. I don't think that's how the communication went down.
So the document says, Sony only, let's connect, let's set some time on the calendar for August 13th, correct? That's what the document says.
That's what this document says.
And this document was created after Sony invested its first $250 million in Epic, correct?
I'm not sure of the timing, but I believe it's public, so I believe you.
And the next bullet point says the price cut is beneficial because. Do you see that? The very next bullet point under key points.
Okay, yes.
And that was intended to be a communication to all of your partners, right? So
these were some of the ideas that were discussed to be communicated, whether or not they were communicated.
Thank you. And by the way, as of the time this document was created, you're still referring to Apple as a partner of Epic's, aren't you?
Yes.
And the first reason that the price cut is beneficial in this document is an accelerator for purchase velocity / frequency. And, sir, does that mean that if the prices are lowered, people may buy more V-Bucks?
Yes.
And they may make more purchases more frequently?
Yes.
And the next bullet point is important. Do you think that means important and import?
I think it would be important.
An important lock-in tactic for Season 14 Battle Pass conversion. You see that?
Uh-huh.
And, sir, by using the term lock-in tactic, did you mean that people would not be able to leave Fortnite if they didn't like the experience there?
I believe that point was based around the economy being a tough time for a lot of people, and that a price cut would be beneficial for people to ensure that they continue to play Fortnite and they're making limited purchase decisions.
You were looking to do things that would make people want to stay in the Fortnite environment, correct?
Yes.
So by lock-in, you simply meant you wanted to make the game even more attractive to people, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to help promote their desire to be there and to play the game and to make purchases within the game, correct?
Yes.
And, sir, you have an MBA from Harvard, don't you?
MIT.
MIT, my apologies. And, sir, you would not use the term lock-in if you thought there was anything wrong with it, would you?
No.
And so the third bullet point is beneficial to the long-term health of the Fortnite economy. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you believe it was beneficial to the long-term health of the Fortnite economy because in 2019, revenues in Fortnite had begun to lag, and you thought that this would perhaps increase interest in purchases. True?
Incorrect.
And then the fourth or the last solid bullet point says the price cut should not impact forecasts for 2020 because. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it is stated here we have a huge IP pipeline for season 4 and 5, correct?
Yes.
And what you meant there was that you would have a lot of things to sell people in Fortnite, right?
Yes.
And the second bullet point says the subscription is still $11.99 and arrives in season 5. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And what you mean there is that subscriptions will provide a baseline flow of revenue, and that won't change because of this 20% decrease, correct?
I don't know if that's exactly what I mean. I think it was just that subscription is, the price is going to stay the same, and that it'll arrive with season 5 still, despite these the price drop elsewhere.
So then in the last bullet point here, you say we have the flexibility to create higher priced bundles and new mythic rarities if needed. And did I read that correctly?
Objection continues to misrepresent.
Oh, well, you just read it. Then that'll
Could you say part, Your Honor?
Overruled.
And Mr. Weisinger, do you see that entered?
Yes.
And we have the flexibility to create higher priced bundles. In other words, while the price of V-Bucks may have gone down, you could account for that by increasing the price of skins and cosmetics to recapture that revenue, correct?
I think it's just saying you have the ability to create higher price bundles if needed.
Right, because you've got a lot of IP in the pipeline, and if revenue drags, you can put together some bundles that you charge a higher price for to generate more revenue through lower priced V-Bucks, correct?
Yes, in general, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
That limits into the scope of class.
Oh, and Your Honor, could I please move to admit DX 4652?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Hello again. You, Mr. Weisinger, you were shown Battle Royale mode on the screen in your cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do Fortnite players have to play Battle Royale mode?
No.
And even within Battle Royale mode, do the users that are within that mode have to compete?
No, they do not.
You were also shown some Party Royale mode. I think that was the skydiving practice clip. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there guns in Party Royale?
No.
And are there social experiences in Party Royale that you were not shown?
Yes.
Are there entertainment aspects and elements of Party Royale that you were not shown?
Yes.
Did you see some of those on Friday?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about game mechanic tools. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When a user is using those tools to create in creative mode, is there any gameplay happening?
No.
Do users use creative mode, other creative mode tools for non-game creation uses?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples again?
I think I mentioned the fashion show. We mentioned some of the virtual tourism. Music composition is another one that we mentioned.
Did you see some examples of that on Friday as well?
Yes.
So is the gameplay that is happening in creative mode Epic Games or user-created games?
It's one of over 800,000 user-created island experiences.
Overall, do you view Party Royale and creative modes as games?
Repeat that again?
Overall, looking at Party Royale mode and creative mode, do you view those as games?
No, it's more than that.
Do you recall you were asked about DX3457, which, if you need to turn to it, it was a September 2019 email about the Chapter 2 potential promotion?
So when you say no, it's more than that, do you mean that it is, but it's more?
There are experiences beyond that, and there are some experiences that are separate and excluded from that as well. So there's some that I don't think I would qualify it as game.
But there's some that you do.
Correct.
Go ahead.
So in other words, within Party Royale and creative mode, there might be some components here and there that may qualify as games, but overall, do you view them as games?
Is there a percentage?
I don't know if I have a definite breakdown off the top of my head.
Any sense? 50-50? 60-40?
I'm not sure, and the problem is it also really depends on if there's like a Party Royale event happening that day. You're going to see some oversized effect of everybody watching the concert during the movie. So it might be...
But what, 15 minutes you said, or the concerts?
Some of them are in content all weekend.
Excuse me?
Some of them might be airing and replaying content all weekend.
So you don't have any way to quantify game versus experience?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, do you have any documents anywhere that quantify it?
I believe we do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let's come back to where it's just going. You also were asked about concerts. Do you recall that? Not about this document, just generally.
Yes.
And I think you were asked if all of the musicians or performers in those concerts are appearing in a digital representation of themselves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do all of the performers appear as a digital representation of themselves?
Sorry, you're correct. Some of them will actually appear through streaming videos. That comes into Party Royale, and in which case some of those other actual likeness appearing digitally.
And while a Fortnite concert is going on, what are the users doing? What's happening in there?
In general, people are dancing and emoting. Sometimes we have like some choreographed emotes that will occur in sequence with some of the beats. There's also kind of like light shows and environmental effects that are going on in there, so it's kind of like its own stadium experience.
So just going back to the document I was just asking you about, if we could put that back up on the screen. That is DX3457. That was September 27, 2019, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could turn to TX2435, which is in your other binder that we looked at in the direct testimony. That's on the screen. What's the date of that document, sir?
October 2nd.
And in the email from Mr. Malik to you and others, there's some discussion about the Chapter 2, potential Chapter 2 promotion from Apple. Is that right?
Yes.
And what does it say here that Epic decided in the second paragraph?
The group on the thread has met a few times and have elected to turn down this placement opportunity because of the risk of leaking an asset is high and will negatively impact the Chapter 2 release.
And what, in fact, ended up happening with the assets? The Chapter 2 again?
Apple leaked them.
You were asked about a number of other leaks. Do you have a sense of what the worst leak was that Fortnite experienced?
That Chapter 2 leak.
You were also asked on class about, I think it was DX3069. If you could turn to that in your white binder.
Yes.
I just need to get there. Sorry. This is an email chain from September 27th. Is that 2019? Is that right?
Yes.
Were you involved in this email chain?
I do not see myself in this chain.
And do you recall being involved in the discussion that is taking place within this email chain?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding as to whether this was or was not part of Project Liberty?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding whatsoever about the discussion in this document?
No, other than just what's written down.
A little bit of a digression. We talked about Peely, our banana. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think there might have been an implication that to show Peely without a suit would have been inappropriate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there anything inappropriate about Peely without a suit?
No, there is not.
If we could just put on the screen a picture of Peely, is there anything inappropriate of Peely without clothes?
It's just a banana man.
Could you tell your other partners about the implementation or the plan to implement Epic Direct Pay, either in the iOS app or the Android app before it happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
So what were the discussions that were being contemplated with partners about before that happened?
We were telling them in advance that prices were going to be reduced by 20%.
If you could turn to DX4652 that you were asked about again in your white binder.
Yes. Yes.
On page 4652.001, you were asked about the title of that document. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think the only part that was read was Liberty Council Partner Communications. Do you see that on the top?
Oh, the only that was read, READ. Yes.
Are there other words that appear next to that title?
Speculative, hypothetical.
Did you write this document?
I don't remember.
You can't say one way or the other?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
We cross-limited to the scope of redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple questions. So, that dancing and emoting at the concerts, are those abilities purchased in the item store?
Yes.
So those are paid for with V-Bucks.
Some of them you can earn for free.
Okay. And when, for example, with the Travis Scott concert, there was also a Travis Scott skin that people could purchase in the item store?
Yes.
And we talked about creating islands. Is that fun, creating an island?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. And so some people do it for fun, correct? And some people do it to create games for others to come play, true?
I'd say the large majority do it for fun.
Great, great. And for those who do it to create games, Epic pays them 5% on any in-app purchases made within their game, correct?
I don't think it works like that.
You don't? Okay, sir. And in terms of this Chapter 2 leak, again, we always have a tendency to be speaking in generalities here, so let's be specific. What the Chapter 2 leak by Apple was that some art appeared on the Italian storefront for a few minutes, and screenshots were captured of it by people there, correct?
That's correct.
That's all it was, correct?
That was a huge leak.
Nothing more than that, though, correct?
is the key art image of the Chapter 2 season.
So the question is that all that happened? Thank you.
Anything on those questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you may step down. You're excused. I did. Next witness. Yes, I did. Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Bornstein will be here in just a moment. We're going to be calling Dr. Evans.
Stand, please. No.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then would you please state your full name and spell your last name?
My name is David F. Evans, E-V-A-N-S.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Bornstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Greenfield is going to hand up a binder if she may.
You may.
And I have two brief housekeeping items for the court, if that's acceptable. The first is just relating to confidentiality. We have some slides that are in Dr. Evans' presentation, which are the subject of the sealing order. How we propose to handle that is not to publish them to the room, but to have Dr. Evans speak to them without revealing the specific numbers that are the subject of Your Honor's order. And Your Honor, Dr. Evans, and counsel for Apple all have full unredacted copies in the materials.
Sounds fine, Mr. Bornstein.
Thank you. And then the other issue is consistent with Your Honor's email over the weekend. We've prepared and have in the binder a version of the written testimony that redacts out, or at least for Your Honor highlights, the materials for which there is not currently admitted evidence in the record or 703 materials. We've been working with Apple's counsel while Mr. Weisinger was on the stand, and we've, I believe, succeeded in reaching an agreement with in principle, which we're documenting, that would allow us to unredact more of the material. And so, consistent with Your Honor's email, we would intend subsequently to submit an amended version that reflects the additional material that the parties will present by stipulation.
Okay, well, until I see it, I'm not sure what my opinion is going to be on it, but let's proceed.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself one more time for the court, please, sir?
Yes, my name is David Evans.
And what is your area of expertise?
I'm an economist. I specialize in an area called industrial organization.
And do you have a particular area of focus within industrial organization?
Yes, for about the last 20 years, I've been heavily focused on platform economics, also antitrust economics, and then I've done a lot of work on two broad industries, the digital economy, which obviously covers a lot, and then the payments industry.
Can I suggest that you bring the microphone a little closer?
Is it better?
That is better. Thank you. And what's your educational background?
I have a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. I also received my BA and MA degrees, also in economics from there.
And have you published any books or articles or other writings in the field of industrial organization?
I have.
What have you published?
I published 6 major books and over 100 articles they don't necessarily all cover industrial organization. That's the scope of my writings. Most of them are on industrial organization.
Your Honor, we would offer Dr. Evans as an expert witness in industrial organization and platform economics.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor. And Dan Swanson, to introduce myself for Apple.
Welcome to the courtroom. He's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I appreciate you standing, but we need to have you on the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Evans, did you prepare any written testimony for this matter?
I have.
Who wrote that testimony?
I did.
Does the written testimony accurately reflect the opinions that you have formed about this case?
Yes, it does.
Is there anything in your written testimony that you would like to change?
No.
Have you reviewed the written testimony submitted by the experts retained by Apple?
I've reviewed the written testimony by the economists retained by Apple.
Thank you. And is there anything in the economist report submitted by Apple that causes you to want to change anything in your testimony?
No, it does not.
Please take a look at the tab labeled Expert 1 in your binder. Please tell me what this is, sir.
This is my written direct testimony that I prepared.
Your Honor, we would offer Dr. Evans' testimony into evidence at this point.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I think we are still working out the issues, and I think Your Honor said you wanted to look at it as well as to the extent to which the written testimony actually reflects evidence that is in or will be in the record, so subject to the continuing negotiations. Other than that, we don't object.
Okay, so it's provisionally admitted. And I had on April 28th, 2021, you provided me with an unredacted version of that document. Has there been any change since April 28th, 2021 to what you're submitting now?
There's no change whatsoever. The only change in the document we provided you today was an effort to comply with Your Honor's email this weekend.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Evans, what was your assignment in this matter?
I was asked to address two issues. The first concerns the relevant markets for analyzing the two kinds of conduct that are issued in this case. And the second is, given those relevant markets, to examine the competitive consequences of that conduct.
Mr. Mornstein, do you have a copy of this deck for me?
It should be in your binder, Your Honor, and if it's not, we'll pass one up.
Oh, I see.
It should be labeled PDX 41 for identification, and we can put that on the record as well.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. You referred just now to two sets of restrictions that you were asked to look at. Can you please identify what those are?
Yes. The first set of restrictions concern Apple's restrictions on the ability of distributors, of app developers and app users to distribute apps in ways other than through the App Store. The second restriction refers to the mandate to use IAP and therefore the Apple payment solution.
And we'll cover quite a lot of ground on that, but I want to start with an issue about which there's been some discussion and testimony so far in the trial. Can you first tell us what your aftermarket market definition is that you described in your written testimony?
Yes, I concluded that the relevant aftermarket was the market for the distribution of iOS apps.
And does that market definition include all iOS apps or some narrower category of iOS apps?
That includes all iOS apps.
So let's get to why that is. Can you tell me where you start
in the process of defining a market as an economist?
Yes, as a general matter in antitrust case, the starting point for market definition is the conduct at issue, the supplier who is engaged in that conduct, or the business, if you will, and the product or products that are related to that conduct and that supplier.
And so for this aftermarket, what conduct did you start with?
The conduct I started with were the Apple restrictions that prevented other channels of distribution other than the App Store.
And does that conduct apply to all apps or some narrower category of apps?
That conduct applies to all apps.
Let me ask you to take a look at a graphic which is on slide 5, which we've adapted from the opening statement given by Apple's counsel. Incidentally, did you have the opportunity to review that opening statement?
I did.
Did you see those slides?
I did.
And on this slide, we have the App Store as well as 3 apps, Fortnite, Waze, and Starbucks. Can you explain the economic relationship between the App Store and those apps?
Yes. The App Store is a supplier of distribution services. Those apps are customers of the App Store in the sense that they're relying on the App Store for distribution services.
Do those apps compete with one another in your view?
They do not.
So how is it that you form the conclusion that there is a single market for app distribution on iOS consisting of these and other apps?
Because the App Store is providing, in effect, an input to those 3 apps, namely distribution services. So they are all customers of the app for that purpose.
Is it common or uncommon in economics for a market to include customers that do not compete with one another?
With regard to markets where we're talking about a B2B relationship, so one business providing an input or a set of services to another set of businesses, it is common for those businesses to not compete with each other.
And so to explain, are you saying, you said apps are customers. Do you mean the developers of the apps?
No, I'm just listening to the background.
Thank you for that clarification, Your Honor. That's absolutely correct. It is the developers that are the customers of the App Store, and it's the apps that are the...
It's just for about a year. It was like 13 months.
And when you say the apps are the products, they are the products of whom?
The apps are the products of the developers. They're the products that the developers have created.
Okay, so in this circumstance, the developers purchase something from whom?
Yeah, I think
the developers obtain distribution services from the App Store.
And then the developers turn around and provide what?
I can add it. I'm making a change to...
Provide apps to their customers, and those apps provide services to those customers.
Okay. And in your answer a minute ago, you referred to a B2B situation. Can you just explain what that is and make sure the court reporter got it?
I mean, that's probably...
There are 2 kinds of markets. There are B2C markets where a business is supplier is selling things to consumers, people. There are also markets that are B2B in the sense that you have a business and a supplier that is selling an input or services to the business. And both kinds of markets are, in fact, very important in the economy.
And is this market B2B or is it B2C?
Which market?
I apologize, Your Honor. The market in which the App Store provides services to the developers of these apps. Is that B2B or is it a B2C market?
Because it is a platform market, it's different than what I just said. So on one side, the customers of the App Store are the developer businesses, and on the other side of the App Store, the other side of the platform, are consumers that want to get those apps.
And let's step back from a platform situation and talk about an ordinary single-sided business-to-business market. Is it common in that circumstance to have a market in which the customers do not compete with one another in their businesses?
Yes.
And can you give an example of such a circumstance?
Yes. An example is a steel manufacturer that's perhaps selling steel plates or other steel supplies to a diverse group of businesses that have a need for steel.
And in the circumstance we have on the slide of a steel manufacturer and an I-beam, presumably a building supplier, an automaker, and a furniture supplier, do those three customers, in your view, the customers for steel, compete with one another?
No, they're separate industries, separate businesses that are using that input steel in just different ways for their particular products.
And let's step back now into the world of platforms. Can you give an example of a different platform other than the App Store in which there are business participants, customers, who do not compete with one another?
Yes. So let me give an example of a platform. The American Express credit card network is an example of a platform. And it's similar to the App Store in the sense that it is providing services to both business customers, merchants, and to consumers, cardholders.
And would you define a market in the Amex situation that is segregated by different types of merchants?
No.
What kind of market would you define instead for the credit card network?
Well, generally, the credit card network, like the steel manufacturer, is selling an input to a diverse group of customers. In the case of Amex, on the merchant side, it's selling it to restaurants, hardware stores, shoe boutiques, and so forth. And then on the consumer side, it's selling it to payment services to a diverse group of cardholders who can then use their cards at that diverse group of businesses.
And how would you compare the relationship that Amex has to these various merchants on the slide to the relationship that the App Store has to the various developers on the slide?
It's similar. In the credit card case, these are merchants that are selling goods to consumers. In the case of the App Store, it's developers who are producing apps that are providing services to consumers.
And in terms of the relationship that those merchants or developers have to the platform supplier, is there any difference or are they the same?
If you could ask me that question one more time, please.
I can ask you a better question, I hope. Is the relationship that the merchants have to the credit card network any different from the relationship that the developers have to the App Store?
They're getting different services from the platform, but in terms of the general economic relationship of receiving, getting an input from a supplier, no, it's similar in that sense.
Okay. Let's turn to another issue up front that's been the focus of some testimony recently, which is whether or not this app distribution market that you've defined includes the distribution of apps on game consoles. What is your opinion on whether the distribution of apps on game consoles is in the same market as the distribution of apps on an iOS device?
That the distribution of apps for game consoles is not in the relevant market for app distribution for iOS.
Can you tell us why, please?
Yes. So fundamentally, we need to start with the device. So a game console versus a smartphone. The key distinction between a smartphone and game consoles and other devices is that the smartphone can be used anywhere, anytime. And that means that a consumer, no matter what time of day and no matter where they are in the country, as long as they have a cellular connection, can use that smartphone, and that in fact is what people do. A game console, on the other hand, is typically a fixed device that is not something people carry around. There's an exception in the case of Switch, which is mobile, but on the other hand doesn't have a cellular connection, and therefore while it can be moved around, it doesn't provide the opportunity to use it anywhere, anytime as a smartphone could. And it is a fundamental difference in that dimension.
And why is that difference that you've just described relevant to the question of market definition?
It's relevant to market definition because a consumer who is interested in using apps at various times and various places during the course of their lives, there are many, many situations in which the game console, even if it had a relevant app available on it, is simply not a relevant device for them to use in their daily lives.
Does that have any consequence on developers as well?
Yes. So a fundamental aspect of the developer business is they need to be where the customers are. So if the customers are out and about and have a demand for using an app, then they need to be there. And if the only way to get to that consumer at that point in time and place is a smartphone, that's what you need to do.
Are there other reasons that you have come to the view that the distribution of apps on game consoles is not in the same relevant market for these purposes as the distribution of apps on iOS?
Yeah, it's not just the smartphone and the operating system can be used anywhere, anytime. It's also that there are unique features of the smartphone that developers can use in order to provide services to consumers. The one that a lot of us are familiar with is Uber. Having the mobile device, having GPS and so forth, that's a real convenience for consumers, and therefore the smartphone, but not the game console, is a relevant device for providing that service to consumers.
And so what are the features of a smartphone that you're referring to here?
For example, the two ones is it's mobile, it fits in your pocket, it's easy to carry around all the time. But then the other very, very important one is that it has cellular capability, so that it works with a cellular network, and therefore in the U.S. and most parts of the world, it is connected to the internet pretty much all the time.
And is that true for game consoles?
It is not true for game consoles in two ways. The game console is not mobile, and the game console also doesn't have cellular connectivity, so if you did carry it around, you would need to have Wi-Fi or cellular, you would need to have a Wi-Fi or a hotspot or something in order to be able to use it, if in fact you were thinking about carrying the game console around.
And do those differences have any impact on the range of apps that developers can write for the operating systems on those devices?
Yes. Well, if we just look at what actually happens, there's an enormous range of apps that have been developed for smartphones and for the operating systems on smartphones, and a much smaller set of apps that have been developed for game consoles and much more specialized ones.
Now, let's focus specifically on games for a moment. Have you done any investigation or analysis of the extent to which games that are on iOS devices are also available on consoles?
I have.
Have you put together any data or slides on this?
I have.
Okay. Can we take a look at that slide, please, and explain to us what you found through your investigation?
Yes. I looked at the top iOS games in two ways. The 50 top iOS games based on how often they were downloaded, and then also the 50 top iOS games based on...
All participants are now in interactive talk mode. All participants are now in listen-only mode.
Not available on game consoles. So only 4 of the top downloaded games were available on any console, and only 7 of the top 50 revenue-generating iOS games were available on any console. And the details of that by console are reported in the table below.
So what are the 4?
Fortnite. So I know the answer to. I know part of the answer to this question for the top revenue-generating iOS games. if I could answer the question for that, the one for the top downloaded games doesn't immediately come to mind.
So what are they?
Those would be listed in my Written Direct, I believe.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
Today for the top downloaded games, I do not know.
Okay, are they versions of the games, or are they just not available at all because they're Apple games, or what? Either the 7 or the 4.
So in the 7, so among those games among the top games that are available on consoles, it includes Fortnite, Roblox, and I forget the other few as I'm sitting here today.
All right, proceed.
And are the, for example, 46 games that are among the top downloaded that are not on consoles, are there, do you know whether there are different versions of the game that appear on the consoles?
They do not.
Can you direct me to the portion of his written report paragraph, please, where I can find this information?
Yes, Your Honor. This specific information, I believe, is in this specific information may be in the rebuttal report, but I'll get you a specific page site. I don't think I have one with me.
All right, keep going.
Right now. Okay. Dr. Evans, why don't we move to a different subject? I want to turn to the background of your. Actually, you know what, Your Honor, I do say it isn't his rebuttal report. It's paragraph 119 of the rebuttal report. It's not in the opening report.
And I'm talking about so is it in his direct testimony or just in the report?
That's in the report itself.
So it's not in his testimony?
The specifics of the games, I don't believe is in his testimony. That's right. We do have a document that we have in the record, or will put in the record, that addresses this information.
All right. So you said it's written report, paragraph what?
The written rebuttal report, paragraph 119.
119. Thank you. Go ahead.
And we will have in the record as well DX 4883, which has additional information on the subject.
Okay.
So let's step back a bit to, you mentioned that you do research and scholarship on the digital economy. Can you explain what you mean by that phrase?
Yes, the digital economy is essentially all the economic activity that takes place in some way that involves an internet connection. So a good example would be grocery shopping now. People use Instacart to do that. Both the shopper and the customer who's using Instacart has an internet connection that is enabling that activity.
And let's rewind about 15 years. How is it that most people at that time interacted with the digital economy?
So 15 years ago, it was primarily personal computers, generally sitting at a desk. A lot of activity involved using browsers or using an application that was downloaded on a personal computer that could then take advantage of the connection to the internet that the computer had. And the connection was probably a fixed broadband connection, although even 15 years ago, Wi-Fi was becoming popular.
How has that changed in the intervening years?
It's changed absolutely dramatically.
And how so?
15 years later, almost everyone has a smartphone with an operating system on it that supports a diverse set of applications. And the very important aspect of this is that as a result of that, there's been a massive expansion, going back to a point I raised earlier, in the time and places where people can use things that involve the internet, and where developers can supply applications that enable those people to consume services, again, throughout time and wherever they are.
And have you done any research to quantify these developments?
I have. I did a lot before this case, but I've updated them for the purposes of this matter.
And what kinds of materials did you consult and research in order to do that? Standard industry sources, so for example, the Nielsen data, ComScore data. There's a very reputable think tank called the Pew Foundation that conducts a lot of research in this area. There are various government sources, for example, the FCC, and some trade groups like the Global Organization of Cellular Carriers. And I've used diverse sources like that. And are these sources that you rely on outside of litigation context for your work?
Yeah.
And are they sources that economists ordinarily rely on more generally?
The sources that economists interested in this particular area would rely on.
Very good, thank you. Could you put together a slide to help illustrate what you discovered through this research?
All
right, let's take a look at slide 10, please. And can you explain the data that you have compiled here?
Yes. Well, first of all, this is 2019 data, and is for the United States. 2019, 83% of adults had smartphones. So not complete penetration, but a very large portion of the population had smartphones by 2019. Very interesting development, which is by 2019, if we look at the time that people are spending online with an internet connection, as of 2019, 77% of that time is being spent using a smartphone connected to the internet, either using an app or using a browser. So most time is being spent on smartphones as opposed to being spent on personal computers.
And then of that time spent on smartphones, have you looked to see how much is spent actually in an app versus on a browser?
Yeah, and that's been the other very interesting development. Is 89% of the time that people are spending online using their smartphone is being spent with the app as opposed to using the browser on the phone.
And so by 2019, how much time did the average United States adult spend actually connected to the internet using a smartphone?
Roughly 3 hours a day.
3 hours a day for every person, every adult in the United States on average?
Well, on average, yes. So on average, U.S. adults spend 3 hours a day using apps or the web on their smartphone. Obviously, some people much less, and some people much more, up to the limit of the number of hours in the day.
The definition of an average.
1 hour on a personal computer, 3 hours on a mobile device.
That's roughly correct, yes.
And do you take into account all the time people spend, or you probably don't, working on PCs?
Yes, this is the consumer use of personal computers. This is the consumer use of personal computers and smartphones.
Okay, thank you.
Is this phenomenon limited to the United States?
No, it's not.
So can you give a flavor of what's happening in other parts of the world?
Yeah, so some countries are way ahead of it. So South Korea and some Scandinavian countries are actually even farther ahead than we are in terms of the digital economy. But then a large portion of the world, developing countries, are rapidly catching up. A great example is India, where a few years ago there wasn't really much penetration of smartphones and usage, but now it's just exploding. And that's generally true around the world. There's a different pace of moving the smartphones, but it's a global phenomenon that's really affecting every nook and cranny of the earth.
And what effects have these developments had on the extent to which consumers access the digital economy?
I worry that I'm repeating myself on this one, but I will say it again, which is there's been a massive expansion of the portions of the day where people can be participating in the digital economy, and also the places during the day when they can do that.
And what impact, if any, does that have on developers who are looking to service those customers?
Goes back to the point I raised earlier, which is developers have to be where the customer is. So there are substantial increases in consumer demand that developers can then tap into.
Do you believe, based on your research, that Apple deserves any credit for this set of developments in the digital economy?
Well, not just any credit. I believe Apple deserves a lot of credit for the creation of the iPhone and for helping to create a lot of the great things that are happening today.
And given the growth that you've described in the digital economy, how is it now that people can, are there changes in how people can access this expanded that range of economic activity?
There have been changes.
And what are you having in mind?
Well, at one dimension, things haven't changed, and maybe it's useful to level set with that. So the thing that hasn't changed is, just like with Windows and Mac computers, people can, all you need is money in order to go out and get a smartphone, and then you're able to use the operating system and the app development platform for that support. So as a consumer, you're off and running once you bought a smartphone. If you're a developer, just as in the case of Windows, you can go to Apple, and you can go to Google, and you can get the tools and everything you need in order to be able to create apps. So that part of things is similar for both consumers and developers. Where it's different is after you have the Windows computer or the smartphone, or after the developer has created a Windows app or has created a smartphone app, that's where things have changed.
How have they changed?
It used to be the way they changed is that with personal computers, it's always been possible to get apps, whether they're web apps or whether they're personal computer apps, from a whole variety of different channels. And what's happened with the rise of the App Store and Google Play is that there are only two channels where consumers that have smartphones and developers that are trying to reach those consumers, there's only one channel where they can go to in order to get apps. And that has been a dramatic change in the digital economy, because now there are really two gatekeepers, in effect, for getting access to the things that work with the device and work with the operating system and work with the app development platform.
And you've mentioned operating systems a few times. I'd like to just do some terminology type housekeeping here. Have you done research over your career on operating systems?
Yes, I have. I've done extensive research starting about 20 years ago on the economics of operating systems.
Have you written any books on the subject?
I have. With Professor Schwallenby, who I believe we're going to be hearing from, and another co-author, I wrote a book called Invisible Engine, where Invisible Engine refers to the operating system or software platform that resides in a device. And I wrote that book, yeah.
Is there a distinction that people talk about between a general purpose operating system and a special purpose operating system?
Well, in economic literature, it's referred to in different ways. But yes, there's a fundamental difference between general purpose operating systems and specialized ones.
Let's break that down. What is a general purpose operating system?
It's one that supports lots and lots of different kinds of apps, in the sense that Once a developer has access to the operating system and the relevant tools and the APIs and all the things that go into a modern operating system, they can do whatever they want. Whatever idea they have that can be implemented with an app, they can do that with that operating system. And therefore, for general purpose operating systems, we see a whole diversity of apps for all sorts of different purposes, ones that a few years ago we couldn't even imagine, and ones that today we probably can't imagine the ones we'll see in the future.
And what are some examples of general purpose operating systems?
The main ones we talk about nowadays are Windows and the Mac. Historically, there have been other general purpose operating systems, and we talked a lot about those in the book with Professor Smallingers.
And are there mobile operating systems that qualify as general purpose operating systems?
Absolutely. There's the iOS operating system and there's the Android operating system. They're also general purpose operating systems in that same sense that they can support many, many different kinds of apps.
And based on your economic research regarding operating systems, can you tell us if there's a typical way in which the developers and providers of these operating systems get paid and earn revenue from what they've done?
Yes, typically for general purpose operating systems, the developer, I may have misheard your question because I thought you said developer as opposed to the operating system.
I apologize. I said developer of the operating system, and I'm sure I caused confusion that way.
That caused confusion. I'm okay. I got it now.
Thank you for being careful. I'll ask the question again without doing that. Based on your economic research into operating systems, can you tell us if there is a typical business model that operating system providers follow?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
I call it the user pay model, and that's more or less what's described in the economic literature.
And what is that?
The operating system makes it as cheap and as easy as possible for developers to write apps. So they typically either don't charge anything to the developers to get access to the operating system to create apps, or if they charge something at the really nominal amount. And they do that because that stimulates the supply of apps, which then gets people, users, interested in using those operating systems and the devices on which those operating systems reside. And then they make their money on the user side. So the more users they get, the more money they can make because they have different ways of making money off of the user base.
Such as what?
So one way an operating system supplier can do that is they can license the operating system they have developed to a diverse group of OEMs, in effect, computer manufacturers. The other way they can do it is an operating system supplier could sell its own device, and then they make money from the sale of that device, which includes the operating system. And then the third way, which is really particular to what Google has done with Android, is they make money from advertising, which is still user-related because the idea is you get a lot of devices out there with a lot of users. The users spend time on the device or on apps on the device in which Google can sell advertising, and Google makes money from the advertisers, but as a result of monetizing, in effect, the attention that they're getting from the users.
Are there any exceptions to this user pay model among major general purpose operating systems?
None that I've ever seen.
Are there any differences to this business model among any special purpose operating systems?
Yes, there is.
And what do you have in mind?
Well, the big exception, the big difference that the economic literature has identified for a long period of time are game consoles, which follow a very, very different business model.
And what is the business model that the economic literature has recognized that game consoles follow?
it's really the flip side of what I just talked about. So in the case of game consoles, the consoles themselves are sold, generally at break even or really oftentimes at a loss in order to stimulate the number of consoles that are out there. And then the game console.
Evans, can you tell me where in the record we actually have evidence of that fundamental proposition? Yes. So I'm confident that it is in my written rebuttal testimony. So have you? Then I take it you've seen the records from Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo that prove those facts? The only one where I have, with respect to current knowledge on the topic, that is at the level of specificity that you've just raised. The one evidence I've seen is the evidence that, as I understand it, has been submitted by Microsoft in this case. So you only have seen, and you've personally seen it? I have. Okay, so you've seen evidence from Microsoft, but you've seen no evidence from Sony, and you've seen no evidence from Nintendo. That's correct, with the qualification that the document I saw from Microsoft gave Microsoft estimates of what they understood the profit margin to be for Nintendo Switch and for Sony PlayStation, in addition to the Xbox. Because I've heard this now a number of times. Yes. But we're in a court of law, and in a court of law, we need facts. And so I don't know whether this is based on your kind of understanding, a generic understanding of what's out there, like many other people, or whether I'm actually going to be able to verify this theory that I've heard now multiple times. If I could, so let me start with the most specific and then maybe back up a little bit if I could. With regard to my current knowledge of the facts as of today at the level of knowing for a fact what the profit margins are and the magnitude of the subsidies, if there are any, my knowledge of that comes from the document that I just indicated. Okay, so what I'd like to get is the document reference, Mr. Bornstein. Even though we don't need to mention the specifics, I do want the document reference.
Okay, I don't have the document reference to give you right now, Your Honor, but obviously we will get that to you promptly.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. To follow up on the court's question, what did you base your, or have you based your scholarship on the subject of the different business models pursued by these different operating systems?
I based it on a number of sources. So to begin with, my work in this area really started back in 2003, 2004, when I started work on invisible engines. And at that time, I was working also as a consultant to Microsoft and had access to the Microsoft Xbox people who told me what they did and their understanding of how the business operated. Subsequent to that, the topic of this business model in video game consoles has been discussed extensively in the literature over time because it is so unusual for operating systems. Now, what I can't do as I sit here on the stand is identify the underlying source material that economists have relied on to make that judgment. So I wouldn't be able to say what that is, but I can say that the proposition that game consoles are sold at cost or below cost is a non-controversial point in the economic literature that that I've seen on this topic.
Let me move to a different subject, also to get some terminology clarified, which is you use the phrase in your written testimony, app distribution. Can you just explain what you mean by that phrase?
Yes, well, at the simplest level, an app developer wants to get their app in the hands of consumers, and consumers want to get their hands on apps that are useful to them, and there has to be a distribution mechanism for that to happen. And that is the process of app distribution, connecting that developer with an app to the consumer who wants an app.
Is there a distinction between app distribution and the operating system?
Oh, absolutely.
What is that distinction?
So the operating system has a app development platform which enables developers to create apps, and it enables consumers with that operating system to then use those apps. That's what an operating system like Windows and iOS and so forth does as an operating system. App distribution is something that occurs later and continuously, and that's an activity of developers who created an app wanting to have distribution channels to get their app into the hands of consumers. So that's a retail or store type activity, whereas the operating system is a software platform technology business.
Is this distinction you've just described relevant in any way to the analysis you've done in this case?
Yes, it is.
How so?
It's relevant to the analysis in this case because Apple has the conduct of issue in this case concerns app distribution, and in particular concerns Apple's decision on the app distribution side to cut off certain channels of app distribution.
Is that necessarily an anti-competitive act by Apple?
It's not necessarily an anti-competitive act. One needs to do look at facts and do analyses in order to make a determination of that as an economist. So it's not necessarily anti-competitive.
Well, to that end, let me ask you to take a look at slide 12, which is a slide taken directly from the opening statement slides from Apple's counsel. And I take no responsibility for the picture that they've selected of you. Do you recognize the publication there that's attributed to you?
Yes, that's
just for the record, Vertical Restraints in the Digital World. Is that something you wrote?
Yes, that's a paper I wrote. It's based on a presentation I gave at the Swedish Competition Authority back in 2019, and it's published in a book that I'm actually one of the editors of.
And is that sentence that's quoted there an accurate quote from the article that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What was your reaction when you saw this slide?
My reaction was that it would be a useful summary of how I think about the antitrust analysis of vertical restraints if it included the next sentence.
The next sentence.
The next sentence.
All right. Well, let's see if we can find out what the next sentence is that was omitted from the slide. Turn to PDX 42 that we'll introduce for identification, which is in your binder.
I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the court what that is, PDX 42?
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to consult my binder?
Yes, please do.
Yes, this is a copy of the article in the published volume.
Okay. Well, let me ask you to turn to page PDX 42.30, page 62 of the underlying publication.
Yes, I have it.
All right, and if you look at the second to last full paragraph on the page, the very last sentence, is that the quote that Apple's counsel put in their opening statement slides?
Yes, it is.
All right, and it says, there isn't much controversy that Apple's rules have enabled it to create a high-quality app ecosystem for the iPhone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you please read for the court the very next sentence that Apple omitted from the slides?
Yes. That doesn't mean, however, that Apple couldn't abuse those rules.
Thank you, sir. So let's proceed to dive into...
Mr. Evans, do you conclude in this article that they do abuse the rules?
No, that's not the purpose of the article, Your Honor. The purpose of the article is to exposit how to think about vertical restraints in the digital economy. So what we just saw is one of three case studies that I provided in the article. And in each case, I really did not intend to draw any conclusion. It was more instructional. So in each case, I laid out the pro-competitive explanation for the practice I was analyzing, and then I also exposited why it could be anti-competitive without drawing a conclusion in the article. It was more of an instructional article, as I said, to show how to go about thinking about this topic.
Okay, thank you. And in any of these in this article, do you ever address the overlay with patent law and the kind of monopoly on 20 years of return on your intellectual property? Do you ever address that?
I addressed that quite a bit in my scholarly writing. I haven't addressed it in this specific article.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you put together a slide that just summarizes the opinions that you've reached regarding the restrictions on app distribution that are at issue in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's take a look at slide 13.
And were you offering 42 or not?
I am not, Your Honor. It's just for identification.
Oh, actually, it's submitted.
PDX 42? I don't believe
not
it is.
PD. This is demonstrative.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Would it be possible for me to take just a quick glass of water?
That's up to the court.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had to learn not to drink through the mask. I've made that mistake, except when I did it, it was coffee. It was not a very good scene.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So can you just briefly summarize what the opinions are that you reached regarding the app distribution restrictions at issue in this case?
Yes. To begin with, I concluded that the relevant antitrust framework as an economic matter was the for-market, after-market distinction. Then within that framework, I concluded that the relevant for-market consists of smartphone operating systems, and that Apple has market power, substantial market power in that market.
Can you tell us what you mean by a for-market, after-market framework?
Yes. Just briefly, a for-market involves getting something generally. Let me just give you an example. It's just easy to describe in an example. So, printer and toner. So the for-market is consumer buys the printer. That's at a point in time. It's a durable piece of equipment that they're going to have for a while. And then after they have that printer, they have the need and the opportunity to buy toner for that printer. Those sales occur in the aftermarket. The terminology there is it's occurring after the purchase of the initial product.
All right, and with reference to slide 14, to illustrate your point, can you tell us how that framework, in your view, or why that framework, in your view, applies in this case?
Yes. So in this case, I view the for-market as the decision to get a smartphone operating system. And that generally involves the decision to get a smartphone that has that smartphone operating system installed. So that's the decision. And then I believe I'll discuss later that the decision to use a smartphone operating system that tends to persist. So that's the for market where the consumer is using a particular smartphone operating system.
Okay. And what about on the developer side?
On the developer side, it's the same story. At a point in time, a developer is creating an app that works with a particular smartphone operating system.
Okay, and then on the consumer side, what's the aftermarket?
So after the consumer has a smartphone and operating system that support apps, they can install apps, and they can do that for a long time with that device, and then any subsequent device they get with the same operating system.
All right, and then on the developer side, what's the aftermarket?
Well, the developer has already created an app, so the developer has the opportunity over time to take that app and distribute it to the consumers that have those smartphones. But it's taking an app that's already been developed, and then after that, it has the opportunity to make it available to consumers over the period of time.
All right, so you testified here and in your written direct that the for market that you've defined is smartphone operating systems.
That's right.
To help understand how you got there, can you just briefly explain what the purpose is of defining a market in the first place?
The purpose of defining a market is to ultimately provide information ultimately for the court, but to provide information for the court and the economist doing the analysis of the substitution options available to consumers in the market, and to help understand the extent to which those substitutes provide a constraint on different suppliers, including the supplier who's at issue in the case, to raise the prices.
Okay. And in identifying substitutes for smartphone operating systems, what did you look at? And it may be helpful to do it by reference to slide 15.
So where I started from in terms of thinking about potential suppliers is I started with the smartphone device itself, because that device is what the operating system sits on and then provides services to consumers and developers. So I wanted to start by understanding the features of that device. I think I've already really identified the key ones here. They're listed here on the slide. But the key ones to keep in mind is that it's mobile, and that it has a cellular connection that provides that anywhere, anytime connectivity. And then furthermore, has various features included on the phone that are useful to consumers and ultimately developers when people are out and about doing things.
And we also discussed the differences between smartphones and game consoles, and I don't propose to repeat that discussion. But have you seen any quantitative data that was instructive to you about console ownership and smartphone ownership? Have you considered substitution here?
Yes, I have.
And what is that?
I believe I have a slide on this.
If you do, okay, it may not be with us in court. So
okay.
we had so many slides, we had to eliminate some so we can get through this in a reasonable time.
Okay. I have looked at data on this. Okay. And what I've determined is that almost everyone who has a game console has a smartphone. And what that tells me is that if game consoles were a good substitute for smartphones, people wouldn't need the smartphone. it's in our work papers for sure that have been provided.
Okay.
And I don't recall whether my opening report, whether my rebuttal report reported the week by week data.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've covered the first two rows. What is this third row that's titled replacement rate of 16.7% mean?
What that means is out of the 56.3 minutes that would have been spent on iOS, from the standpoint of Epic, they were able to recover 9.4 minutes of that time as a result of those players switching over to game consoles and PC. The replacement rate calculates the percent of the iOS time that did in fact get substituted over to game consoles and PCs. And the calculation is 9.4 divided by 56.3, and that says that 16.7% of the time that would have been spent on the iOS Fortnite app ended up moving over to game consoles and PCs.
Okay, so if we were to stop there for just a second, and you got to a replacement rate of 16.7%, what would that mean to you as an economist in terms of the level of substitution and defining the market?
Well, that shows a very low level of substitution, because the more than 80% of the time was completely lost and didn't get substituted over at all.
So now let's kick the tires a little bit on the 16.7%. Did you form a view as to whether in the ordinary course some of these iOS-only players would have wound up spending time on a non-iOS device anyway?
Yes, I did.
And what's the basis of that conclusion, briefly speaking?
So the thing I wanted to check here with regard to this analysis is over time, people get into gaming and they just ordinarily make decisions to go out and get game consoles. So I wanted to see the extent to which that phenomenon happened here.
And so is there some portion then of the 9.4 minutes that's attributable to people who just would have got a gaming console anyway?
Yes, and just to be clear on this, these iOS-only users who have been only iOS users for a fair amount of time, some of those iOS-only users over the course of the next 10 weeks would have made the decision, regardless of what happened to iOS, Fortnite being in the App Store, they would have made the decision to go out and get a game console just because that's what some people do. And it turns out that a large portion of that 9.4 minutes is actually accounted for not by people substituting to game consoles and PCs because they couldn't play Fortnite, the iOS version of Fortnite, but just because they would have anyway gotten a game console and shifted sometime.
How did you assess whether people would have gotten a game console or PC anyway?
I also used the Fortnite data to do that. And what I did is I went back on August 13th, I went back 42 weeks into late 2019. And I identified iOS users who only played Fortnite on iOS for the 32-week period. So for 32 weeks, they're only using the iOS app to play Fortnite. Then I wanted to know, well, what would happen to them over the next 10 weeks? And so I looked. So then over the next 10 weeks, I observed the extent to which they moved their time to game consoles and PC.
And to be clear, those people were moving before or after Fortnite came off the App Store?
So I took this 42 weeks back from the removal of Fortnite So the end of the 10 weeks is before the removal of Fortnite from the App Store.
Okay. And if you assume that there would be a similar amount of game console purchases after the removal of Fortnite, what does that do to your numbers here?
It actually knocks down that replacement rate quite a bit from 16.7% to 3.1%.
And are the numerical details for that in your written testimony?
Yeah.
Let me kick the tires in one other way on this replacement rate. Testimony, the written testimony about a SNP test, right?
I do.
Okay. And what is the typical price increase associated with a SNP test? Or what typical range of price increases are associated with a SNP test?
Economists generally use 5-10%.
Okay. And what is, at a very high level, what is a SNP test used for?
So a SNP test, which stands for small but significant non-transitory increase in price. That increase in price is used to assess the extent to which consumers would switch to other products, and whether they would do so to an extent that it would make it unprofitable for a firm to raise price. Because if enough consumers switched over, then that would make it difficult for a firm to profitably raise price.
Right. So let's focus then on the event that you looked at in your data analysis here, the removal of Fortnite. Is that a SNP?
So not to make things overly complicated. We often talk about price in antitrust cases, but quality is also important. Just as increasing price is bad for consumers, reducing quality is bad for consumers. And actually, sometimes in doing these kind of tests, economists talk about a small but significant non-transitory decrease in quality. So perhaps with too much background there, in this particular case, the removal of Fortnite from the App Store, which prevented people from playing the new season, I would characterize as a very, very large, is a substantial decrease in quality of the Fortnite app, iOS Fortnite app, from the standpoint of Fortnite players.
How does the decrease in quality here of the removal of Fortnite from the App Store compare to a typical 5 to 10% price increase in a SNP in terms of how impactful it is on consumers?
Well, just stating this maybe in a simple way, a SNP test is a small change in price or quality for the consumer. What we have here is a big change. It's a big change.
And what does that mean to you for the representativeness of this replacement rate that you've come up with?
It means that what we're observing here with either the 16.7% or the 3.1% is substitution that iOS-only players are making in response to a really big adverse event from their standpoint in terms of the quality of the app that they can use.
And what would you expect the substitution to look like if instead of having Fortnite removed from the App Store, it was just a 5 to 10% increase? Would it be more or less substitution?
It would be far less substitution.
We've been talking a lot about how consumers reacted to the removal of Fortnite. Did you do any analysis of the Fortnite data that bears on the question of developer substitution?
I did.
And just
But before we leave games, did you do any analysis about whether users just switched to a comparable game? You have not you take an opposite view that I shouldn't focus on gaming. So you're just talking about apps generally. So did you do any analysis to see whether people decided, we'll use PUBG or something similar to Battle Royale? Did you do any analysis in that regard?
With the Fortnite data, I didn't have available to me information on anything the account holders did outside of Epic. It is possible that the iOS-only users switched to other iOS-only games, and I would expect that is probably something that some of them did.
And how does that impact the analysis? Let's assume, for purposes of argument, that all these users just decided, we're just going to play a different kind of game that we like. Then how does that affect it?
I think it affects it depending upon whether we're talking about iOS games or we're talking about games on consoles and PCs. If I could take those in pieces, if separate and apart from this analysis, we learned that iOS-only users who couldn't play the Fortnite app decided to play Roblox or a casual game on iOS, then that's consistent with our market definition, my market definition here, because they're basically substituting to another iOS game.
But it could have been another third party. I mean, it's...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so some other gaming company could have benefited, right?
That is possible. That is possible. So, but here, yeah, I'm not addressing that particular issue here, but that is correct. That the iOS-only users, I would expect that one of the things they would in fact have done is to have thought about substituting to other iOS games, because these are iOS dedicated users, and therefore I would expect that they could very well have considered using another iOS-only game on their smartphone. That wouldn't affect any of my that part of it would not affect any of my conclusions.
Okay, so there was a second part.
So the second part is if those iOS-only users switch to another game on a console, then that's a different kind of substitution. But that seems implausible here, because if they're iOS only and they're using Fortnite, can exclude it. But it seems unlikely.
All right, appreciate it, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just one follow-up on the court's question. I believe I heard you say that if people who are iOS-only Fortnite players switched to other iOS games, that would be supportive of your market definition analysis. Is that correct? That's correct. Could you just explain briefly why it would be supportive of your analysis?
Yes, because it demonstrates that what they're substituting to is another iOS game that they can get in the iOS app distribution market, and not looking for an alternative from a non-iOS app distributor. So they stay in the iOS ecosystem and don't go find games somewhere else, is your point. Is that right? That's right. Okay.
Let's turn to the analysis that you did using the Fortnite data from the developer perspective. Can you explain what the test is that you constructed?
Yes. So from Epic's standpoint, while Epic cares about how much time people play, at the end of the day, what they care about as a business is how much Fortnite users spend. So the other analysis I did is to examine the extent to which spending shifted from from just being spent on iOS devices to being spent on game consoles or PCs.
And was that methodology similar to the methodology you just described?
Yeah, so it's identical with the exception that I'm focused on iOS-only revenue people as opposed to iOS-only minutes.
Okay. And what did you look to measure in this part of the analysis?
I look to measure the extent to which spending for the iOS-only users moved over to game consoles or PCs.
Okay. And what did you use that measurement then to assess in terms of developer substitution?
So for this part of the analysis, I'm looking at the question of from the standpoint of Epic as a developer. If Apple came to it and exercised market power by increasing commissions, for example, would Epic be able to resist that exercise of market power by simply deciding on its own, outside, of course, of the litigation context, exiting on its own from the App Store?
And what did you find?
I found that in theory that would be possible if enough of that revenue moved over to game consoles and PCs, but that in fact not nearly enough revenue did in fact move over to game consoles and PCs to enable Epic to profitably make a decision to say to Apple, no, you're going to just jump.
You know, the numerical details of that analysis in your written testimony?
They are.
Now, we've been talking a lot about Fortnite for perhaps obvious reasons. But does looking at Fortnite as the basis for doing all of this analysis have any particular bias on the results of your work?
Yes, it does.
In what way?
It's a very conservative bias. The reason being that compared to other iOS app developers, Fortnite has a number of advantages in terms of resisting market power from Apple. It has a well-developed game console business, a well-developed PC business, has a lot of users on both of those platforms, and therefore, unlike most apps, has the possibility that iOS-only users could find another home within Epic. So we're moving to a Fortnite on a game console or Fortnite on a PC.
So if you were to do a comparable analysis with one of the 46 games we saw on that chart that doesn't actually appear on gaming consoles, how would the results there compare to the results you found here?
Those developers would have relative to Epic, a much, much more difficult time resisting an exercise of market power. Because their customers don't have another app on another device to turn to.
And let's go outside the game context. If you did the same analysis with an app like Uber that relies so heavily on the attributes of smartphones, what would you expect to find in terms of substitution?
Even less likely than the example I gave you.
What seems like quite a long time ago now, you mentioned that you had also looked at a survey that had been done by Professor Rossi. We'll hear from Professor Rossi about the survey in due course, but can you explain to me what you did with the results of his survey?
Yes. Professor Rossi conducted a survey that examined really the consumer side of this across all apps. And basically what he did is, let me describe it this way. Consider a very large increase in the commission rate to developers that results in their passing through some portion of that cost. he examined the situation in which under particular assumptions that we made would result in a 5% increase in the cost of apps to consumers, and examine what substitution decisions iOS app users made with respect to iOS apps.
And with the benefit of the data that he collected, what did you conclude?
I concluded that there was very few consumers, going back to our earlier conversation on switching, responded to that price increase by moving over to Android devices, or said that they would. This is a survey, often a hypothetical. A very small portion said that they would, in response to that price increase, switch over to an Android device.
Did you also perform a snip test using the data from Professor Rossi?
I did.
And are the details of that in your written testimony?
They are.
All right, so we'll spare ourselves a little bit of numbers, but generally speaking, what is it that you found?
I found, thinking about this in the hypothetical monopolist framework, that that price increase, the increase in the commission rate that I talked about, would be profitable to Apple, because this test is obviously conducted with respect to the App Store, which is the only distributor consumers can use. But that price increase would be profitable to Apple because there would not be enough substitution by consumers to either Android devices or to the reduction of spending in response to that price increase.
All right, so did you come up with a slide that summarizes your overall conclusions regarding the aftermarket here?
I did.
Okay, can we take a look at slide 26? Can you just spend one moment and make sure we put a pin in this in the end and describe what you found the aftermarket to be?
Yeah. The aftermarket includes app stores, which would include the app. It includes third-party app stores, which would include the App Store, and it includes direct distribution. That's what it includes. What it does not include is channels of distribution for non-iOS apps, such as for other operating systems, including Android, PCs, Windows and Macs, and gaming consoles.
And is the geographic market here covered in your written testimony?
It is.
Okay. So let's turn to monopoly power or market power.
Would it be possible, Your Honor, for me to just have another sip of water before we move on?
Of course. I'm going to take the opportunity to do the same. Okay, that's behind the shields. Let's talk about market power. Did you form a view about whether Apple has market power in this iOS app distribution market?
Yes, I did.
And what was your opinion? What is your opinion?
My opinion is Apple has monopoly power in the iOS app distribution market.
Is there a difference between monopoly power and market power?
There's a difference between monopoly power and substantial market power, where monopoly power is much greater than substantial market power.
Okay. Do we have a slide that shows the basis for your conclusion that Apple has monopoly power in the iOS app distribution market?
Yes, this is the slide I prepared.
All right. This information appears in your written testimony, is that right?
It does.
All right. Rather than go through all of them, I'd like to focus on just one of the items here, which is number 3, high and persistent profit margin. And can you just step back a bit and explain to the court why it is that profit margin is something that you featured in your analysis here?
I featured it in my analysis here because it is relevant not just to the topic we're talking about now, monopoly power, but it's relevant for other issues. In particular, in this particular case, there's the issue of the representation by Mr. Jobs early on that the App Store was going to operate on a break-even basis. What specifically, what representation are you talking about, or representations are you talking about? So in 2008, when the App Store was announced, Mr. Jobs got a question from reporters about, isn't this a problem because it's a monopoly? And his response to that question, it would be great if we had a. So let me do the quick summary, and then we can turn to the quote if you like. His response to that question was essentially, we're planning to operate the App Store in a way where we're not really going to make money from it.
And why does that? Is this slide here the representation you're talking about from PX880?
Yeah. In the answer to the question, Mr. Jobs says, we don't intend to make money off the App Store, and then he says, we're basically giving all the money to developers here, and if that 30% of it pays for running the store, well, that would be great.
So is it your understanding that Mr. Jobs is running a charitable enterprise here at the App Store?
Oh, not at all.
So why, as an economist, what do you understand would be the basis for someone in his position to tell developers they'd be running the store for free?
This is the standard user pay model. So as a really good business person, Mr. Jobs recognizes, just like other operating system suppliers have. Let me state that a little bit. Let me state that a little bit differently. So what Mr. Jobs is announcing here is consistent with the user pay model, where the idea is to make it as easy as possible for developers to create apps, not charge them, and then make money from the user side. So the whole idea is, I can get a lot of developers to write apps, then that's going to make the platform more interesting to users. And in this particular case, it means, and Mr. Jobs has said this elsewhere, means that they can sell devices, iPhones.
And what are you referring to when you say Mr. Jobs has said this elsewhere?
I believe I've seen statements from Mr. Jobs where he talks specifically about the interest of Apple and the developers being aligned in the context of this particular issue.
So, Mr. Bornstein, this question and response are not actually adjacent to each other in the underlying document, and that underlying document is not yet in evidence. Can you pull up the actual document?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Rudd can do that. I also I was under the impression this was entered, Your Honor, through some of the deposition designations that came in.
Okay. Perhaps it is. I don't have it up here.
Yeah, this was discussed in Mr. Forstall's testimony. He's one of the Apple witnesses who worked with Mr. Jobs.
You're right. Mr. Rudd, can you move to the appropriate page where this came from? Thank you. No, that's the whole point. I wanted to see, Mr. Rudd, what's in between them.
Yeah, don't block it.
Okay, thank you.
Would Your Honor like a hard copy?
No, I'm sure I have it in one of these 100 binders here.
I'm confident you may have more than one, Your Honor. Okay, I'm going to move on to what actually happened in the real world. Did Apple actually run the App Store on a break-even basis, as Mr. Jobs had said?
They did not.
Where is it that you got data about the App Store profit margins?
I got data on the App Store profit margins from Discovery in the state.
And specifically, did you do calculations based on documents that you received from Apple?
I've done calculations related to this topic. I have not done any calculations that manipulated or modified the profit and loss figures that Apple itself reports.
So to be clear, do you use profit margin data that comes directly from Apple documents without any change whatsoever?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to put up on not put up on the screen, Your Honor, but refer the court to some information that is subject to a sealing order here. And Dr. Evans, I would ask you, please don't say any numbers out loud.
I can do that.
We'll try and get through this testimony honoring the sealing order. So first of all, if you take a look, you have a copy in front of you, I believe a hard copy of slide 29 of the demonstratives. Should be in your binder.
Could you point me to
it's PDX 41 is the tab that has the slides behind them. And I'll draw your attention to slide 29.
I'm sorry, I'm not with you yet.
May I approach, Your Honor, to give Dr. Evans a hand?
Yes. And I'll say again for the record what I've said in my orders, which is that all sealing orders are subject to change if I decide ultimately in writing my order that I need to release information to make the reasoning transparent. Proceed.
Thank you, Ron. So again, without revealing any numbers at all, can you tell us what it is we see here on slide 29?
Yes. Let me start on the right-hand side. I received profit and loss statements prepared by Apple for the years 2013 to 2020, with 2020, I believe, being forecasted numbers. They came in two groupings. One was a grouping that I received prior to the submission of my opening report in this matter. And those were P&Ls that were presented to senior executives at Apple and prepared by finance people at Apple for presentations to the senior executives.
And then that's the blue group we see here?
That's correct.
Okay. And what does the orange group reflect?
On the date on which my opening report was due, there's also a production of other P&Ls that came from Mr. Cook's files, and those provide additional profit and loss statements for several years.
And just to circle back now that we have the information in front of us, are the numbers that appear here that we cannot say out loud numbers that you took directly from Apple's own documents?
Absolutely.
And they reflect profit margins?
They do.
Okay. Do they reflect profit margins of other parts of Apple's business, like the sale of iPhones or Apple Music?
The profit margins that are displayed on this exhibit are specific to the App Store. They do not include or reference other parts of Apple's business.
So do these profit margins give you any relevant information as an economist to help assess whether Apple has market power in iOS app distribution? They do. So please explain how it was relevant to your thinking here.
They provide evidence of market power because in a competitive environment, I would have expected that over time the margins would have declined in the face of competition, either as a result of prices falling, or as a result of substantial investments being made in the App Store that would improve its quality from the standpoint of developers and consumers.
Do you see a decline in profit margin on this slide?
No.
Did you do any other work to assess how these profit margins bear on the question of market power?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
So to begin with, as an economist, just looking at these profit margins before I had done anything else, they're obviously high relative to other businesses and industries that I've worked on. But I didn't want to stop there. I wanted to come up with a comparison group to assess the extent to which they are high, and to just make sure that I wasn't missing something in terms of the operation of this kind of a business.
And how did you go about constructing a comparison group?
I asked another expert in this case to collect financial information.
Who is the other expert?
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Ned Barnes.
Okay. And what did you ask him to collect?
I asked him to focus on online marketplaces. The App Store is an online marketplace. The App Store is an online marketplace, so I wanted to focus on that as a comparison group. And online marketplaces that did their accounting in a way similar to the App Store. And if I could just clarify what that means, there's an issue on how revenue is booked in your commission-based business versus a markup type business. So I wanted to make sure that we're making a comparison that was on a comparable basis.
Okay. And let me ask you, Dr. Evans, and the court to turn to slide 30, which we're also going to keep off of the screen because part of the information there is subject to a sealing order. Does slide 30 reflect the comparable online marketplaces that Mr. Barnes identified with the benefit of your instructions?
Yes, and just to be clear, when I say comparable online marketplaces, these are online marketplaces with similar accounting metrics that provide a benchmark group for comparison to the App Store. I'm not suggesting that any of these entities are exactly like the App Store. They're online marketplaces. They're not pharmaceutical companies. They're not software companies. They're online marketplaces. They're obviously not identical to the App Store.
Do you believe that there's sufficient similarity for these to provide a relevant benchmark for your thinking?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why is that? Or is there anything beyond what you've already said about why that is?
Their online marketplaces are basically also selling digital transactions. There are a number of other attributes of them that make them comparable. They're not unlike a pharmaceutical company. They're not R&D, heavily R&D intensive. They're not the kind of businesses that are taking on enormous risk in developing new products like a motion picture company would do, or some software companies might do. Okay. So they're comparable in that sense.
And so what are the comparables that Mr. Barnes identified? Which companies?
There are 5. Alibaba, eBay, Mercado Libre, which is a large online marketplace in Latin America, Rakuten, which is a Japanese company but with branches outside of Japan, and then Etsy, which is arts and crafts kind of stuff.
And based on the profit margins for these companies in the App Store reflected on slide 30, what conclusion did you draw with respect to Apple's market power?
That Apple's profit margin was vastly higher than the benchmark group of companies, including even the most successful one of these companies. It's a multiple of the middle group that's shown on this slide.
You're being very careful in not saying numbers, which I think the Apple team appreciates.
I'm proud of it.
You referred to accounting a few times. Do accounting profits necessarily correspond to economic profits?
Not necessarily. There are situations where. So let me step back just a little bit. So accounting profits and economic profits are not the same thing, but accounting profits can be a really good or not so good proxy for economic profits.
Okay, and how do you tell whether they're a good proxy or a not so good proxy?
So there are certain situations where economists have identified where accounting profits really give a bad indication of economic profits. I touched on a couple of those. So for industries that are R&D intensive or very advertising intensive, where there's a lot of investment that's taking place upfront in the business and then that's being depreciated over time, there's situations where because of the depreciation schedules and what happens, in fact, relative to how things are actually booked for accounting purposes, that can lead to biases. So that's a potential issue. And then the other issue that's often related to that is the extent to which companies are making very risky investments. So you see a successful company that has a high rate of return. What you don't see are all the other ones that place the bet, like drug manufacturers commonly, and turned out not to be successful.
Drug manufacturers commonly. Okay, and are any of the red flags recognized in the literature about accounting profits not being a good reflection of economic profits present here?
No.
Let's turn to a new topic, anti-competitive effects. What conclusion did you reach about whether or not Apple's conduct in these markets that we've discussed has had any competitive effects?
So with regard to the iOS app distribution aftermarket, I've concluded that Apple's restrictions harm competition, and through that harm the two major customer groups served by iOS app distribution, namely the developers, the app developers, and the app users.
And do we have a slide that shows specifically what types of harms you have identified?
Yes, I prepared this slide.
Great. And what are, just again, to start the conversation here, what are the harms that you identified in the market?
At a high level, higher prices than would have existed in the absence of those restrictions. Less and poorer distribution services provided to developers and ultimately users, and slower pace of innovation than I would have expected to have occurred in a market where there was more competition.
And you talked about higher rates and poorer distribution service and less competition. What those are comparative words. What did you use as a benchmark for comparison here?
So to say anything about whether Apple's practices caused anti-competitive harm, I needed to compare the actual world with those processes to what I would call a but-for world where those processes didn't exist. And it's the difference between the but-for world and the actual world that provides evidence that the processes cause harm.
And so with reference to slide 32, can you explain what but-for world you assumed for this analysis?
Yes. For the purposes of this analysis, I'm, of course, assuming that there is an Apple App Store. I'm assuming that the App Store continues to be bundled with the iPhone. I have every reason to assume that in the but-for world, the App Store has its guidelines and app review process and so forth. And for the purposes of this analysis, we'll talk about it later, I believe. For the purposes of this analysis, I assume that the App Store can have the IAP requirement, and we choose not to given competition, but it can have the IAP requirement in the but-for world that I'm talking about here.
So what's different?
There's only one thing that's different. The only thing that's different is that the App Store faces competition.
And how did you form the view that if you took away the restrictions that are at issue in this case, that there would in fact be competition for iOS app distribution against the App Store?
Well, at a very basic level, that just follows from sound economics. And we know from economics, both theory but also practical experience in situations where there are barriers to competition and they're removed, that what typically happens and what you'd expect to happen is that once competition is possible and these barriers are removed, that prices tend to fall, quality tends to improve, things just get better in the absence of artificial barriers for consumers. So that's a starting point.
Did you do an analysis in the but-for world with the change being an to eliminate the anti-steering provision?
In this part of the analysis, I did not, because I'm assuming in this part of the analysis that Apple can have the IAP.
I understand what this one is. I'm asking a separate question. Whether you did an analysis where Apple maintained its App Store,
yep,
but eliminated the anti-steering provision in their contract.
I did not do a narrowly focused analysis of that topic.
All right, proceed.
Thank you.
Did you see evidence of efforts to enter the iOS app distribution market that were blocked?
Yes. What were those? So in the last 3 years, several large companies have tried to start what are essentially gaming app stores on iOS.
And I don't mean to make it a memory test, but which companies are you thinking of, to the extent you can recall?
I can definitely recall. Facebook, Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Microsoft.
You said gaming app stores specifically. And has anybody else ever attempted any other kind of store other than gaming?
I do not know I do not know the answer to that.
All right, proceed.
You talked about the basic principles of what would happen in the event barriers are pulled down. Have you seen evidence of the kind of price competition you described in app distribution outside of the iOS environment?
Yes.
What are you thinking of?
So let me give you a couple of examples. Outside of iOS app distribution, there's an interesting situation in PC where the leading firm is Steam, And back in 2018, Epic entered with the Epic Game Store. So that's a situation where there's entry taking place into the market. And what we know from that, I can't say anything publicly about the details as I understand it, but the result of the entry of the Epic Game Store is that there was a substantial decrease in commissions following that.
Are there any other examples that you identified through your research where there was a reduction in app distribution commissions as a result of competition?
Yes, speaking specifically to the case where the entry and that has an effect on the market. The other good example, interesting example, is in South Korea. So in South Korea, the equivalent of Google and the mobile carriers in South Korea.
I'd like to object to this because this is a part of the testimony that has not previously been placed in evidence, and it relates to newspaper articles in South Korea as to which we have an objection under 702 as improper reliance materials.
All right, sustained at this point. You can come back later if you get it resolved, or I'll allow it later. But that's not something that's in front of me yet, so provisionally sustained.
All right, thank you, Ron. Just so our record is clear, we believe the materials are properly considered under Rule 703, but we'll obviously deal with it with Apple and not take up time at the court now. All right, so let's pass over the South Korean example in light of the objection. Did you look at what commissions are actually charged on operating systems where there is competition in distribution of apps?
Yes, I have.
And did you provide the details on that in your written testimony?
Yes, I have.
And I will pass over it for now. Have you seen any Apple evidence or Apple documents contemplating the possibility that Apple might need to reduce App Store commissions?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Let's take a look at slide 33. Is this the evidence that you were referring to?
Yes, this is an email from Mr. Schiller dating back to, I believe, 2011.
Okay. And how does this constitute evidence in your view that's supportive of the idea that that competition could lead to a reduction in commission rates?
Yeah, Mr. Schiller's email is relevant in two ways. He specifically contemplates that given the possibility of having to worry about competition, that there could be a need to lower the commission rate down to 25% or 20%.
And you said there were two ways. What's the second way that this is relevant?
Well, the other way it's relevant is he conjectures the possibility of capping the profits, basically at $1 billion. I'm not stating this specifically from the email, but I'm just inferring what it implies. Essentially capping the profits at $1 billion and then running the store that way.
And did you do a calculation to figure out what Apple's commission rate would be if the $1 billion cap hypothesized here were actually put into effect?
Yes, I did.
And what would that commission have been in 2019?
In 2019, the commission rate, if the only thing that Apple did was to lower the commission rate, that commission rate would be 6.8%. A 6.8% commission rate would result in a situation where the App Store had $1 billion of profit.
And what operating margin would that have corresponded to?
That would correspond to 30.1%.
Have you done other analyses that are in your written testimony about what would happen to Apple's commissions and rates and profits in the event of entry into iOS app distribution?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at innovation in app distribution?
I have.
And specifically, what did you consider about innovation?
So the first thing I considered was the extent to which the App Store is in fact investing in research and development. Research and development is what companies often do when they're trying to create new features and trying to improve things and generate innovation. It's not necessarily the only way that happens, but research and development spending is an important one.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look, unfortunately, in that book again, because we have a slide that is subject to contains information that is subject to a ceiling over. And I'll direct you, please, to slide 34.
I have someone else's book here.
I think you put the book on the ground, so.
Okay, let me see if I can do this myself this time. I've exhibited.
It's exhibit PDX 41 of the slide.
Yes, I have it.
And I'm on slide 34. So again, I'll caution you not to say any numbers out loud in this part of the discussion.
Okay, I have it.
Great. Can you tell us, first of all, what is reflected here in this blue circle with a little red wedge?
Yes, it is intended to show the profit for the App Store based on the financials for 2019 in the left column that we talked about before. The costs that are reflected in those financials and an estimate of the portion of the pie that goes to R&D. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear about one thing. The blue number corresponding to the profit and the bracketed cost amounts, those are based on the actual Apple financial document that I talked about before. The other number referring to R&D is identified in the chart to the right, and I would need to explain what that is, because that is an estimate for the App Store as opposed to a number that is just taken off of the P&Ls that we talked about before.
Okay, so the blue number and the bracketed number come directly from an Apple document.
That's correct.
Where does this red number come from?
The red number comes from what I probably won't use the right terminology from an Apple standpoint, but the red number comes from the organization that the App Store is part of. So the App Store is part of a higher level organization, which is iTunes. I had in a separate document research and development data for iTunes overall, and in 2019, I also had information that told me that the App Store accounted for roughly 2/3 of the revenue for iTunes. So I used the overall R&D the spending ratio for iTunes as an estimate of the R&D spending for the App Store.
And having identified those numbers from the Apple documents or made this estimate, what did you conclude that is reflected here on slide 34?
That the R&D to sales ratio, or R&D to spending ratio, that the R&D to sales ratio, which is described here as R&D as a percentage of total revenue, is very low. And the R&D to sales ratio is the common metric that economists use to measure research intensity across businesses.
And what is your basis for saying that the R&D to sales ratio for the App Store is very low?
Again, I compared the App Store to a benchmark group of entities, the same group of entities we talked about before.
Sorry about that.
So you're saying you compared to a benchmark?
I compared to the 5 companies we talked about before as the benchmark. For each of those companies, I determined the R&D to sales ratio for those companies. I took the median of those and I compared that to the App Store.
And I'll do my effort not to say a number out loud here, but the number in the bottom right corner, that the extent to which these other companies, the multiple by which these other companies have an R&D to sales ratio compared to the App Store.
Yeah, that is the multiple.
And why does R&D expenditure and the R&D to sales ratio matter in assessing the competitive effects of Apple's conduct?
It doesn't have to, but it is an indicator of the extent of effort that is going into innovation and doing the things we talked about before, coming up with new features for the store, improving technologies and so forth. So it's an important ingredient in leading to all those things.
So speaking to all the things that flow from R&D, did you do any work to assess the quality of App Store services?
I did.
And let's focus on one issue that you've mentioned a few times about what distribution platforms provide, search and discovery. But just to level set, why is search and discovery, first of all, what is search and discovery in the context of an online distribution platform?
So search and discovery is the core element of what any store does, because ultimately consumers need to be able to find things. So that's the core service that's being provided. For our online marketplace, with lots of different things in it, the search and discovery technology is what enables consumers to find apps that they're interested in, and it's the technology that developers ultimately rely on to make sure that consumers can find their apps.
What did you conclude about the quality of App Store search and discovery based on the evidence you reviewed?
Based on the evidence I reviewed, I concluded that there was that developers perceived significant problems with search and discovery in the App Store, and that set of problems has persisted really for the past decade.
Well, let's pull up slide 35, please, and I'd ask you to tell me, does this reflect some of the evidence that you looked at on this point?
It does.
Okay, and what are we looking at here on slide 35?
We're looking at the results of a survey that Apple did in 2017 of developers to assess their views concerning the performance of the App Store. And this particular slide refers to their satisfaction with discoverability of apps, which is a reflection of that search and discovery technology.
And what are the results of this survey conducted by Apple tell you about the quality of search and discovery features, at least in 2017?
So the bars show the percent that reported various levels of satisfaction, ranging from very dissatisfied to very satisfied. And focusing on the right, a total of 36. It actually gets rounded up into 37 based on the actual numbers. But 36% based on the bars here indicated that they're either somewhat or very satisfied. So figure roughly a third of developers expressed the opinion that they were satisfied, which means the others weren't. So
to be fair, the middle ground says what? It says neither. Okay. And then was this an anomaly? This May 2017 survey?
It was not.
What other evidence did you see in terms of surveys of developers and their satisfaction with search and discovery?
I looked at similar surveys in earlier years. The surveys and the results are reported in my written direct testimony. But I had similar surveys over the 2010.
And what does it tell you that this level of dissatisfaction continued for, as you said, over a decade?
Well, it's consistent with the R&D results in the sense that it seems to be a reflection that the store isn't getting better over time, that there isn't investment taking place to deal with issues related to the core technology of the store.
Are there other pieces of evidence relating to search and discovery that are in your written direct?
Yes, sir.
And are there other pieces of evidence relating to other quality metrics that appear in your written direct?
Correct.
What does all of this mean for consumers?
Well, consumers are on the other side. So if search and discovery technology isn't working well, if there's problems with that, it just makes it harder for consumers to find the app that they want to meet the needs that they have.
And based on the various pieces of evidence of quality that you talked about today and in your written direct, what did you conclude about how an innovative company like Apple was behaving in its App Store business?
Well, it's surprising because Apple is in the hardware side is a very innovative business, and it was surprising to see the App Store kind of languishing during this period of time.
I'm going to switch to a very different subject now, which is payments.
Would it be possible, Your Honor, for me to take I promise I lost drink of water.
Oh, no, as much as you need.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So payments. Prior to this case, Dr. Evans, have you had any experience with the payments industry?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain what that prior experience is, please?
Yes, I've been conducting research, doing scholarly writing, consulting in the payments industry since 1991, 30 years.
Okay. So let's focus on payments for online businesses. What is, for an online business, a payment solution?
A payment solution for an online business is basically the solution that goes from having a user interface that's available to consumers to enter their card credentials as part of the completion of order and buying process, to not only accepting their payment credentials, but then ultimately being able to get the money from the consumer, and in particular from the funding source for the payment credential that's being presented, such as the bank that issued the card.
Is there a difference between a payment solution and a payment processor?
Yes.
What is the difference?
So a payment solution is all the things that go into interacting with the consumer and interacting with the whole process of trying to get conversions from consumers for the developer. Payment processing is a specialized business, so no developer really has the skill set to actually authenticate cards and go out and collect the money. That's the job of a payment processor. So a developer would ordinarily hire one or more payment processors to to help them with that. The payment processor authenticates the card, and then it knows how to actually go up the line, fetch the money, and then ultimately put that money into the developer's bank account.
So focusing on that payment processing piece, do online businesses typically work with just one payment processor?
Typically, they work with several of them.
What's the thinking behind? What's the economic reason for that?
Well, one reason is a lot of developers are selling internationally, and people use different payment methods in different geographies. You often need to hire multiple payment processors in order to make sure you can cover all the possibilities for customers that you want to interact with on a worldwide basis. And the other reason is that payment processors specialize in different things, and there are reasons why you might want to use particular payment processors just because they do something better than other payment processors.
Do the payment processors compete with one another to win business from developers?
Absolutely.
Have you seen evidence of that kind of competition in this case?
I did.
And what are you thinking of?
So Epic has a payment solution for the game console and PC business and for the Epic Game Store. And as part of that payment solution, they've gone out and they have solicited bids, solicited offers from payment processors.
So take a look in your binder, if you would. There's a document that is labeled CX2451. You see that? And this is in evidence earlier on.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. What is this document?
I just want to go through the rest of the document.
And we should probably take this document off the screen. I believe it's subject to a sealing motion that's pending from the third party.
And Your Honor, I believe this exhibit is in evidence not for the truth of the matters asserted therein. I think it was received for those purposes that the court deems it ultimately to bear.
Okay, did this come in again through deposition testimony?
Well, this came in through Mr. Coe, who testified last week.
2451?
Yes, sir.
Didn't have that one. Okay. Ms. Stone, do you show 2451? Okay. Okay, so I had admitted it provisionally?
That's correct, Your Honor. And I think the provisional nature of the order related to the pending sealing request from the third party.
Okay.
Dr. Evans, have you had a chance to take a look at the document? Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, I have. This is an email and an attachment from PayPal that is responding to the tender issued by Epic. And I should just say here that it's PayPal, but the part of PayPal that is particularly relevant here is an entity known as Braintree, which is a specialized payment processor. The attachment that you referred to is a response from PayPal to Epic's request for a bid, essentially. Is that right? Yes. Your bid isn't just bid a dollar amount. It's a tender in the sense that Epic says, here are all the things that we're interested in the payment processor doing. Tell us how you can serve our business. Price is one aspect of that, but it's actually many other things that are relevant for Epic Games and that are being proposed by, in this case, PayPal. So the document is dozens of pages reflecting the kinds of things that PayPal believes we can offer. Is that right? That's correct. And is that typical in terms of how payment processors compete with
lots of different vectors of competition?
So just to be clear on my knowledge, it is consistent with my knowledge that payment processors compete for business extensively in terms of visibility into this level of detail on the tender process. I don't have that, but in terms of my general knowledge, that payment processors compete for business from developers, absolutely.
All right, that's fair. I appreciate the clarification. So let me ask the question, do developers who offer iOS apps have the same range of choices for payment solutions as, for example, Epic does for its PC solution?
Yes, many do.
For example, which ones?
So the developers that are selling physical apps, the developers who have apps that are providing physical services, Uber, for example, those apps have the ability and do go out and develop their own payment solution and hire their own payment processors.
And are there some apps that are treated differently?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a look at slide 36, please, just to illustrate the discussion we're about to have. So first of all, do you recognize the two app icons in the top of slide 36?
I recognize Starbucks not until my team told me what the icon was on the left that I know, but that is Tinder.
No personal experience?
I have no personal experience. I have lots of personal experience with Starbucks, not with Tinder.
So, and Tinder is a dating app, correct?
It's a dating app.
Okay. The first line of this chart refers to the flexibility to set price of products. Why does Tinder have an X, but Starbucks has a check?
So Starbucks can do anything it wants with its app. Doesn't have any restrictions. It just goes out and gets its own payment solution. Tinder is subject to the IAP requirement and therefore needs to go through a process that Apple has set up to use its payment solution. And as part of that process, Apple has a set of guidelines that basically requires that developers basically fit their prices into a set of templates that Apple has both for the U.S. but also internationally.
Okay, the second line refers to the ability to select payment processing services. Again, why does Tinder have an X and Starbucks has a check?
Starbucks can hire whoever it wants. Tinder has to use the Apple payment solution to which the developer is connected through IAP.
And the last one here refers to the ability to provide payment-related customer service. Again, why does Tinder have an X if Starbucks has a check?
Let's take Starbucks. If there are any issues with your Starbucks mobile app in terms of upping the amount of money you have in the app or having an order fulfilled or anything like that, Starbucks is in full control of that relationship and can take care of you as a customer. Tinder, on the other hand, has Apple basically standing in the middle for the purposes of payments between it and its customers. So if its customers have a problem with subscriptions or anything else involving payments.
So is it what else is it other than subscriptions?
In the case of Tinder, I believe it is almost entirely subscriptions. I don't have a deep enough knowledge of Tinder to be sure that there aren't some other add-on features that Tinder has. But the main thing that Tinder has is several subscription.
And can you buy the subscription on the web and then still use the app?
In the case of Tinder, I believe that's correct.
So you can.
Yes.
You can use the app without anybody paying Apple anything if you subscribe somewhere else.
That's correct.
All right, proceed.
So what do you understand the difference to be between why Tinder is treated one way and Starbucks is treated another?
Ultimately, because Apple has made the decision to do that.
And the basis for that distinction in Apple's guidelines is what?
Roughly speaking, apps that are providing digital content within the app are required to use IoT for transactions between the developer and its customers for the iOS app.
In analyzing the effect of these restrictions and associated IoT restrictions, did you again construct the but-for world?
I did.
All right. What was the but-for world that you assumed for your analysis?
So just briefly, since I've gone over the other ones, in this case, I'm assuming that the App Store is the exclusive distributor of iOS apps, and the only difference is that in my but-for world, Apple cannot require developers to use IoT. And just to be clear on that, I'm assuming in my but-for world that Apple is fully able to offer IoT and a payment solution. They just can't require it.
So I don't understand. You just told me that you can get the app off the web and still use the app on the iOS system.
Yes.
So they're not requiring it.
They are, so they are within the app. So just to be clear on what IoT means here, it's a requirement with regard to transactions that take place within the app. You're correct, Your Honor, that a user could go to the web and subscribe to Tinder and then use the Tinder app on their iPhone. But to the extent that a Tinder user
so how does that real world example that you have on your own chart function in your theoretical world?
It functions in the theoretical world in a couple of ways. So many people, let's take Tinder. Let's stick with Tinder just to go through this concretely. A user downloads the Tinder app on their smartphone, and that is what most people do, because most of the use of Tinder is when people are out and about and they're using it on their smartphone. So the Tinder app is on the smartphone. Then at that point, the Tinder user can sign up for different tiers of subscriptions from Tinder that basically range from different levels of dating services and related things. So the user can purchase those subscriptions within the iOS app, and in those cases, when they make the decision to purchase it within the iOS app, the developer is required to use IoT and use Apple's payment solution. Now, there's another possibility which you touched on, which is the Tinder user could go to a website, pay for the subscription on their PC, and then they would have the subscription on their smartphone. Here's where another problem comes in, though. Apple has a number of anti-steering restrictions.
That's what I asked you about earlier.
Yeah.
But you chose not to analyze that.
I chose not to analyze that separately, but as part of the overall analysis that I've done. So, for example, if Apple did not have those anti-steering restrictions, then it would be possible for Tinder to message the Tinder user and say, I have a great deal for you if you just use go to the PC.
Right.
Apple prevents makes it very difficult for that to happen, and therefore the Tinder user generally doesn't have enough, wouldn't have enough information to know that they could go somewhere else.
Unfortunately, well, we can explain to you to the extent it exists, whether we've got good analysis with respect to that issue, because it is distinctly different than this but for world analysis here, right? Or perhaps it's just a subset.
I do think it's a subset. So one possibility in terms of the but for world, if I could, Your Honor, just put this in sort of straight antitrust terms.
Can I object to this because I don't think this has been disclosed? If Dr. Evans is going to talk about this, can we direct it to be part of his report where he actually said this?
Well, did he? Did you?
Yes, I discussed anti-steering restrictions in the report.
Okay. Well, we're getting to the end anyhow, so why don't I just leave it at that? You want to ask a wrap-up question and we'll continue tomorrow?
Of course, Your Honor. If I may, I have a follow-up question on the court's question about Tinder, where I'm perhaps going to reveal the fact that I've never used it myself. But there is testimony in the record from Mr. Ong about how it works. But let's suppose, hypothetically, that a Tinder user is able, while out and about on his or her smartphone, to purchase some extra likes. So they find somebody attractive on the device, and they want to spend 99 cents or $1.99. So there's a better chance that that person will see their profile. Is that the kind of purchase that somebody could go make on their PC back at home, or do they need to do that right then and there in the app?
They need to do that right then and there on the app.
Yeah, there's Tinder, and I haven't used Tinder either. Is it like Fortnite where they have an account and like the V-Bucks, right? So you have an account that you can draw on, so you don't have to do individual transactions. So perhaps it was, $20 in your Tinder account that you could have bought off the web, that you can then apply $2 for extra likes.
So since I'm in the same position as everyone else, my knowledge on the opportunities is what I've discovered from going to the Tinder website, where what I see is several different tiers of subscriptions, which provide these likes. So in Mr. Bornstein's example, it will be upgrading to a different tier of subscription that will give me more likes. But I honestly don't know the answer to your question, whether there's something beyond the subscription that you could do with the Tinder app. And my ability to investigate that is hindered for various reasons.
My husband would be horrified that we're having this conversation. Your Honor, is this an appropriate place to stop, or shall I continue?
No. So, Dr. Evans, you'll resume again tomorrow. You may step down for the evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be back at 8. We'll usually have you back on the record at 8:15. If I could just briefly have Ms. Lawyer, is she here? No. Is she? Yes. And who do I have on the plaintiff side, so we can go through these exhibits very quickly? Okay. Okay. So, why don't you state your occurrences?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jin Yu for Epic Games.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, so this is what I show on my notes from Friday, May 7th. And these are in the order of appearance, as you might see in a movie, as opposed to numerical. 3:35, 22:35, 3:26, $43.99, 442, 446, 2084, 2029, 372, 371, 364, 365, 2371, 315, 2469, which is also subject to sealing, or it was then, 3399, the same, 5536, the same, 4638, 3993, subject to sealing, 3681, 3783, and I also had 3642.
Your Honor, we have 2783, I believe.
2783?
As opposed to 3783.
Oh, yes, that's right, 2783. I misspoke. Anything else, Mr. No.
And could Your Honor repeat the last number, please?
3642. How about you, Ms. Lawyer? Do you have anything else?
I don't believe Your Honor said 3955.
3955. Ms. Stone, do you have 3955? Mr. New, how about you?
I have 3955, but I actually do not have 3642.
3642 may have been from another day. I do have in evidence 3955. Ms. Stone? Okay.
And Your Honor, I can confirm that 3642 is from a different day.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So we're good on Friday? Do you have something else?
Yes, Your Honor. Instead of 3399, we have 4399. My apologies.
Yeah, I have both of them. One at the beginning of the day, one towards the end.
I think that's the same.
Okay. So both. Okay. All right, so for today then, we have, we started off with 2435, 5441, 5539, 5544, 5540, 3233, 3457, 3222, 3254, 5542, 3933, 4177, 3641, 3297, 4167, 4138, 4652. Anything, Ms. Lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
I may have misheard. Did Your Honor say 5541 or 5441? I have the former.
I have 5441.
Okay. I have 5541, but I can confirm that.
Your Honor, I have that as well.
Which?
5541.
Okay. Ms. Stone?
And I apologize.
Hold on. Okay, so 5541. All right, what else?
I apologize if Your Honor has city numbers, but I have additionally 30, 60, 932. Sorry. Additionally, I have 3069, 3233, and 4072.
Hold on. You have what? 3069, are you sure it wasn't from before?
Oh, yeah, actually, my